Sees cash handouts.
As president, I will be laser focused on creating opportunities for the middle class that advance their economic security, stability, and dignity. Together, we will build what I call an opportunity economy.
Former President Donald Trump was in the battleground state of Pennsylvania, where he went after the vice president for her financial plans.
Yesterday, Kamala laid out her so-called economic plan. She says she's going to lower the cost of food and housing starting on day one. But day one for Kamala was 3.5 years ago. So why didn't she do it then?
Democrats are hoping the convention serves as a reset and a springboard for the party. But can they convince the American people that Vice President Harris is the woman for the job?
Democrats run a really good show, and they always have proven their ability to do that.
Bill Hemmer is the co-anchor of America's Newsroom on the Fox News Channel.
I thought the Republicans, however, ran a good show in Milwaukee, but that it seems a distant memory now, given the events of the past 28 days. It was only 28 days ago when the switcheroo happened between Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. I expect this to be introduction for the DNC of their new nominee throughout the entire week. I think that's their main focus. It's their main purpose, and I think you're going to hear a lot about it this week. I also expect big speeches. Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama. They're going to blow especially Barack Obama in his hometown. He's going to blow the roof off this place. So coming out of here on Thursday into Friday morning, I would expect to see an outward show of unity, despite all the misgivings you have behind the curtain about what transpired in the handoff, the switcheroo.
The Democratic delegates have already spoken. What we will likely see is essentially a ceremonial confirmation of what they have already voted on. And really, in this convention, that really is going to move things along as far as the messaging of this convention. Are people seeing this as somewhat of a coronation here?
I think the answer is yes. Back in the old days, they did it differently. Conventions meant something, but really it's a prefab operation for both parties, by the way. Chicago has an incredible history for conventions. You think about the Republicans had conventions here 14 times prior to 1968. Democrats, I think, were here a dozen times. But since then, that disastrous convention that summer, August of 1968, Democrats came back one time in 1996. And that's going to be a big story outside the arena, because there will be tens of thousands of people who want their voices to be heard. And some of them, I will venture, will risk arrest, and they will likely take on police. And there will be images on camera that will be captured. I think the DNC is trying their best to minimize this, but I don't know if you can keep that in a vacuum, and it's going to be a major story here in Chicago all week.
You talk about that, and I saw Mayor Brandon Johnson on ABC's This Week on Sunday, and he said, people have free speech is important. There are going to be those who are going to have an opposing message. And you mentioned that 68 convention, and we've seen all the YouTube clips, and there are a lot of people, a lot of Democrats who've been around a long time who remember that 68 convention. What are you seeing, or what have you observed? And I don't know how much you've seen of the venue, the United Center. What have you seen as far as security?
Yeah, my sense is that security is going to be tight, just like Milwaukee. There will be a perimeter, but they're hiring several hundred outside police officers who come in from places like Wisconsin and work with the Chicago police to try and keep the peace here. What I've seen is that the site is called Union Park. It's not too far from here, maybe half a mile. And that's about as close as they're going to get to the convention site. And I think there's one other thing to keep in mind about what we think about modern day protesters. In 1968, the Civil Rights Act was enacted about 3 years prior. And there was a provision in the Civil Rights Act, as I recall, where if you cross state lines with the intent to incite you can be arrested. And there were those who crossed state lines with the intent to incite, and they were later put on trial. It was called the Chicago 8. It became a famous trial here in Chicago and really all over the country. But the protesters then, in my view, were different. You know, they were protesting a war. And the Vietnam War was raging. We had 500,000 soldiers in Southeast Asia at the time. Lyndon Johnson had already committed to not running for another term. There's some similarities, I guess you can stretch it, between Joe Biden not seeking a second term. Mm-hmm. There were some agitators who were tried and jailed here in Chicago. My view of modern day protesting is entirely different from what it was in 1968. I think what we have seen since the George Floyd riots, and after living in New York City, we can see it on the streets of Manhattan. There are agitators who come into American cities all the time, whether it's Seattle or Portland or Los Angeles or New York, or maybe even here in all likelihood in Chicago. It's a different type of protester. There are allegations that some of them get paid. And there are strong suggestions that many of them will be here to do what I described was to get on television and to make a mark and to make a point.
Let's dig a little further into the convention that's coming up, because anybody who regularly watches Fox News and the Fox News channel knows you as the guy at the wall crunching the numbers, the magic wall there. And it's when you look at the Fox News voter analysis that we have employed, it shows Vice President Harris. She's gained a lot of ground as far as tightening the race with former President Donald Trump. A lot of people describing this as a honeymoon phase that has continued into this convention. And we all know that conventions tend to give candidates a bit of a bounce. Are we expecting to see that kind of thing happen once these 4 days are done?
Yeah, my guess is yes. But I tell you what, so many things have been unconventional. You think about what we've done over the past 28 days, what we have seen. I mean, attempted assassination. You had a ticket that was switched out. You haven't had a single interview with a network correspondent or reporter on behalf of the Democratic ticket. There's so many things that have been crammed into this past month. Traditionally, you'll get a bounce of about 4 points. Maybe that's the case in 2024. Maybe it's not. I looked at our Fox polling last week, and we slice and dice the numbers, and I think I can make a really good argument for Kamala Harris finding good news, and I can make a really good argument for Donald Trump finding good news in our polling and our numbers. And we'll just have to see as we go along. There is a date on the horizon, however, two of them that I would point you to, and one is September 10th. That's a Tuesday night. They're going to have a debate in Philadelphia. And then the following week, 8 days later on September 18th, is the sentencing for former President Donald Trump. Those are two significant days that could very well shape this election, much more so than what we're about to see over the coming days here in Chicago.
One more thing from the voter analysis, and it still tells us, as it has told us, as the polls have told us, the economy is the number one issue. And it's hard to argue with the fact that when Donald Trump was president of the United States, the economy, in the eyes of many, hummed. It did hum in this country. So as that remains the number one issue, does that tip the needle in his favor a little bit?
Yeah, here's my sense of it. Independents decide close elections. Joe Biden won independents in 2020 by 15 points. That's a landslide in today's American politics. Our polling last week suggested that Donald Trump led Kamala Harris by 8 points among those independent voters. There was another poll that came out over the weekend for the New York Times suggesting that she had caught him among independents. I don't know if that's the case, but I'm just relying on what our polling tells us right now. If the economy is the number one issue, by 2x, by the way, by 2 times over immigration and abortion, that would play in Donald Trump's favor. I thought this past Friday when she made that play about price controls, I thought it was the first time really that the fever had broken for Kamala Harris. Maybe it went from 104 to 103.5 or from 104 to 102.5, but it was my sense that for the first time, the mainstream media was critical of something she had done since announcing 28 days ago that she would be the presumptive nominee for the Democratic Party. I don't know if that continues, but in my view, it was the first misstep that the media jumped on.
One last thing I have for you, Bill. It's hard to predict what the vice president will say on Thursday night, but as you mentioned earlier, this is an introduction for her.
Yes.
What does she have to say to really resonate? And as you mentioned as well, not just with the Democrats, she's pretty much got them in her pocket, but the independents, the undecideds. What does she have to say?
My feeling was the other day when she gave that speech on price controls, I thought she was best when she talked about what is important to individuals when it comes to owning a home. I thought she was very good about it. It was common sense speech, and I thought she really had a way of relating to people who either own a home or have a dream one day to own a home. I thought that's where she was strongest. I think of the price controls with regard to groceries, I thought that was the weakest point that's been picked apart over the past weekend by the media, even those on the left who have been somewhat friendly toward her campaign. It's going to be an introduction, and we'll see how it goes. I think it's kind of difficult to really ride the horse of the policies, economically speaking, for the Biden-Harris administration. It's going to be hard. You can already see these Trump ads where on Friday when she said bread's too expensive, gas is too expensive. I'm paraphrasing here now. I mean, they turned that instantly into an ad that came directly from her. I believe sometimes she's more effective when she talks about her time as an AG and a senator in California. I think there's some issues there that she can really jump on that will teach some people about her political past. As I see it right now, I think Georgia is Donald Trump's firewall, as I see it. I think Kamala Harris's opportunity to do better in Georgia might be greater than some of these other states we're talking about, because you got 16, 18, 20 counties that make up the greater Atlanta area. There are minorities and there are immigrants who might be more friendly to her message, which may help her gain steam in Georgia. So keep an eye on that. Conversely, I think her firewall is actually two states. It's Michigan and it's Wisconsin. She needs to hold both. And right now, all the polling we have seen suggests that both are a coin toss. Notice I didn't put Pennsylvania in that group.
Sure.
I didn't because even she could win Pennsylvania. But if Trump holds those Sun Belt states and just steals Wisconsin or just steals Michigan, he will go back to the White House.
It's going to be an interesting week in Chicago that's going to kick off the stretch run to the election in November. Bill Hemmer is the co-anchor of America's Newsroom on the Fox News Channel. Bill, have a good week. Thank you for joining us on the Fox News Rundown.
Nice to be with you. I hope you guys watch all week. Thanks.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Todd is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Todd, and I live in Georgia. I'm a veteran of 23 years. I love to give back to the community, whether it's my fellow veterans, some guy on the street corner. I offer what I can, when I can. I started noticing that my memory was slipping, and I wanted to take proactive measures to try to help that. I saw a Prevagen commercial and I did some research on it, and I wanted to find out, does this stuff really work? I started taking Prevagen about 3 years ago. Since taking Prevagen, I feel clearer in my thoughts, my memory has improved, and generally just more on point.
Prevagen is available in stores everywhere without a prescription. Based on a clinical study of subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired, this product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
If the summer heat hasn't convinced you to replace your old windows and doors, then maybe my good friends at Guided Door and Window can help by giving you an extra month to do so at their best prices of the year. Take advantage of Guida's big summer sale and receive 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all expertly installed high-performance triple-pane windows. And 40% off any high-quality door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, you can easily buy now and pay later with Guida's low monthly payment plans or interest-free financing up to 18 months. Don't wait until fall like everyone else to replace your windows and doors. You need to go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these huge savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires at the end of August. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and experiences connect through conversation, and it feels good.
This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together. Start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/one small step. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Monday, August 19th. This is the Fox News Rundown. The Democratic National Convention gets underway today in Chicago. Police in Chicago vowing the DNC won't see a repeat of the violence at the 1968 Democratic Convention, as thousands of anti-Israel protesters will gather this time to blast the Biden administration's stance on the war between Israel and Gaza, using monikers like Killer Kamala and Genocide Joe. John Catanzara Jr., president of the police union, tells Fox's The Ingram Angle the department is prepared and has undergone specialized training.
This superintendent gets it, and our members believe that he will back them up if they have to use force. Use of force is never pretty, and the more obviously intense the use of force, the worse it looks. But he has been very rock solid about saying they are not going to allow certain behavior to occur.
Several businesses have taken matters into their own hands. They're boarded up out of an abundance of caution. President Biden expected to deliver remarks opening night. And Planned Parenthood planning to offer free vasectomies and medication abortions near the DNC in Chicago today. Well, as the Democratic convention gets underway, former President Donald Trump and VP candidate J.D. Vance will hit the campaign trail in battleground states this week, including Pennsylvania, Michigan, and North Carolina. I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Ride Home with Rich Cioli. Weekdays on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Talk Radio 1210's Huge Politics and Pints with Donald Trump Jr. is Thursday, September 12th. Be there as Dom Giordano talks to Donald Trump Jr. about the election, politics, and all things Trump. Thursday, September 12th at Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood. Your tickets include a copy of Letters to Trump by former President Trump. A cash bar will be available. Get your tickets now at 1210WPHT.com.
New Jeeps from $269 a month at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Drive a new Wrangler, Grand Cherokee, Compass, or Ram truck from $269 a month at TurnersvilleJeep.com. 2024 Compass, 4-cylinder auto, $269 a month. 7,500 miles, closed-in lease, 39 months with $2,269 due at inception. Total payments $12,491. MSRP $35,340. VIN number RT175028. Residual $19,083. Tax and tax extra. Not valid with trade-in. $599 doc fee. Ends 8/31/24.
For eligible individuals 18 and older only. Results vary. See website for details and important safety information.
How are your hearing aids sounding now?
A little tinny.
Okay, 2 seconds.
With Jabra Enhanced Select's premium package, better hearing doesn't happen in a doctor's office. It happens at home, all done remotely from initial testing to adjustments.
How are they sounding now?
Fantastic. So much better.
You get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional support you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. And if you have any issues, we'll make adjustments 7 days a week, no charge.
Oh, you people are wonderful.
Our premium package includes hearing aids, 3 years of follow-up care, plus a 3-year warranty with loss and damage coverage, and a 100-day money-back guarantee.
I hear better than I ever thought possible.
Save $300 on Enhanced Select 500 hearing aids automatically at checkout. Just go to JabraEnhance.com/try. That's JABRA Enhance.com/try. JabraEnhance.com/try.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
Look through your children's eyes.
and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Estee Lauder reports earnings today. Bank of America lowered its rating on the beauty giant last week, citing softer demand in China. Cybersecurity company Palo Alto Networks also reports today. Later this week, Macy's, Target, home improvement chain Lowe's, and many other companies are reporting earnings. Today, Fed Governor Christopher Waller speaks, and the Conference Board's lead economic indicators are released for July. Michael Lee, founder of Michael Lee Strategy, says Wall Street is now anticipating the Federal Reserve's interest rate cut.
For now, we're chugging along. We're going to get some liquidity from the Fed. Earnings are rising, and they're better than expectations in a lot of circumstances.
Fed Chair Jerome Powell speaks on Friday in advance of the Fed's Jackson Hole Summit, August 24th to the 26th. And that's your Fox Business Report. I'm Laura Cantor, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
One of the top issues for many voters this year is border security. Nearly 9 in 10 surveyed, 87%, call the situation at the southern U.S. border an emergency or major problem in a new Fox News poll. And more than 70% blame lack of enforcement by the Biden administration. 57% blame former President Trump and Republicans who blocked a bipartisan border security bill earlier this year.
We know our immigration system is broken, and we know what it takes to fix it. Comprehensive reform.
Vice President Kamala Harris telling an Arizona crowd this month the former president would rather run on the issue than solve it. He calls her the worst border czar in history and says he'll close the border while supporting legal immigration.
And we're going to let a lot of people come in because we need more people, especially with AI coming and all of the different things. And the farmers need, everybody needs. But we're going to make sure that they're not murderers, killers, drug dealers.
But another big problem continues at the southern border.
A drug so dangerous that the equivalent of just 10 grains of salt could be a fatal dose.
Fox News national correspondent Griff Jenkins hosts the Fox station special Fentanyl, America's Quiet Killer, and has covered the border for nearly 15 years.
And I look back now to the earliest days of when the Biden administration came in and began to undo many of the policies like Remain in Mexico, which undoubtedly has led to the surge in numbers. This past fiscal year, we've had already more than 35,000 Chinese nationals alone. I look back in the years past, you go back 10 years, there was maybe 15 or 20 total for the entire year. And so really what my experience has been in covering not just the past 3.5 years, it's seen unprecedented crossings, and you look at the things that have been unprecedented over the last 3.5 years. One of them is the mass releasing of these migrants. And for the better part of 2021 and some of 2022, the officials were saying the unspoken red line is until we, as long as we don't mass release single adult males, we haven't crossed the Rubicon. Well, fast forward to the last year and a half, it may have been 2 years. I'm not sure exactly when it began to shift, but now they're releasing single adult males. You've got the known gotaways, those that were seen, observed, or detected, but not apprehended, like the ones that just give themselves up. There's the give-ups that we see on camera at the border turning themselves in, and the gotaways that were seen on camera but weren't brought in. There have been more than 200,000 this fiscal year, and you wonder whether they might be a threat to communities, a public safety threat, or, God forbid, a national security threat.
What about the numbers of encounters, migrants crossing illegally, that have been coming down recently? Are officials on the ground saying that President Biden's executive action limiting asylum claims deserves some credit for that?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, listen, better late than never, right? That's the sort of saying for things like this in life. And the administration should get some credit for having significantly lower numbers. You look at the things that they have done, which is enhancing the threshold for claiming asylum, which allows Border Patrol agents now to more effectively and more quickly deny asylum claims, to put people in removal proceedings, which has happened. And you look at the cooperation in Mexico. I was putting on my social media, it seems like 6 months, a year ago, and actually went into Mexico and covered the migrants, getting hundreds of them riding on trains. Mexico's cooperating. Mexico has stopped the migrants from getting on those trains. But at the same time, you also can't ignore that they fixed their own problem, because those numbers weren't in that level. And the policies that were undone by the previous administration that have been drivers of the crisis and the unprecedented numbers that they were dealing with and are now trying to bring down happened on their watch. And so I just say better late than never.
One of the most concerning border security issues has been the flow of fentanyl into the U.S. You take a deeper dive into that with Fentanyl, America's Quiet Killer, on Fox Nation. How much fentanyl is crossing the border, and how is it coming in?
We take a deep dive into, what the threat is. And the threat in the eyes of the DEA administrator, it is the deadliest drug threat the country's ever faced. We have one in this special with a mother named Andrea Thomas, whose gorgeous, beautiful teenage daughter simply took a pill she thought to be something else like Adderall, and unfortunately it was fentanyl, and she died instantly. And we talked to the CBP commissioner, Troy Miller, that talks about taking on the cartels that are capitalizing, making billions with this drug, and bringing it across the border after receiving precursor materials that trace back largely, in most cases, to China, and the difficulty of dealing with this global chain of precursor materials empowered by the cartels that now bring it across. These one deadly fentanyl pill, only 2 milligrams of fentanyl powder is enough for a deadly dose to kill a person. That's the weight, Lisa, of a mosquito. Wow. You see these busts of, 1,000 pills, and then you go down to places like Nogales, Arizona, which is responsible for more than 50% of all the fentanyl coming in the country. They are seizing at that port of entry because the Sinaloa cartel is the driver of it, and they're just on the other side of the border there. And you see the thousands of 18-wheelers coming across all day. You realize just how easy it is to conceal something so small, but yet is so deadly.
Fentanyl is a big part of the opioid epidemic in the U.S., accounting for about 70% of the more than 100,000 overdose deaths last year, touching every part of the nation in some way.
When I talk to the officials, almost every one of them give me some version of the point that, we've never had a problem like this in the country where every community in every state in the country knows someone who died or was affected by the fentanyl crisis. And that pretty much is why when you hear people say the border isn't just along Texas, Arizona, and California. It's everywhere. It's in every town in America. It's fentanyl that they're talking about, because aside from the humans, aside from the challenges, and even aside from the criminals that come across, the fentanyl is nonstop. And until we're able to get it under control in this country, and that's going to take a lot more than just flying a DEA helicopter over a cocaine field in Colombia and finding a way to stop it, or stopping a Mexican, load of marijuana. This is a whole different ballgame we're in, because not only does it originate in China with the precursor materials brought to the cartels of Mexico who smuggle it across, it's also on the apps, on Snapchat, TikTok. That's where your children are vulnerable to getting the fake pills and unintentionally dying. And one official told me, he said, when you see a telephone in your teenager's hand, that's a drug dealer in their pocket, just waiting to take advantage of your kid. And it's frightening when you put it in perspective like that.
Yeah. Has there been any progress in terms of stemming the flow of fentanyl over the border, which, on the one hand, we could say we're seizing X amount, but does that mean we're also reducing the amount coming over? Or, we're catching more of it, but then there's still more right behind it. You know what I mean?
The fentanyl seizures are down slightly this fiscal year compared to last fiscal year. And that, of course, is because they're increasing technology and assets to detect fentanyl, and the great tireless work of our men and women at the ports of entry and in between CBP and the Border Patrol, DEA, and others that are working to get it. And the successful tracking of the financial component and stopping getting China to cooperate. China's becoming more cooperative with their Chinese law enforcement, working with ours now to stem the flow of the precursor materials. So there is, I think, hope in some progress in regards to that. The problem, though, is it's not like you can just find the fields where the cocaine's being grown or the marijuana and target it, because this is a synthesized opioid that is more deadly than anything we've seen. And so even though the numbers are down a little bit, it still doesn't stop the fact that hundreds of thousands of Americans are still going to die, and die this year, because of this fentanyl crisis spilling over. And the DEA administrator put it in perspective. I can't remember the exact number she gave. It was like 20-something kids, a day are dying from fentanyl. It's the leading killer of deaths of young people between 18 to 45 in this country. And when you think about that, that's a classroom a day of kids, of our precious teenagers, are dying in this country because of it. And the stopping it from getting to them, particularly with all the technology of online apps and the like, it's really a daunting challenge that officials admit we've never really faced anything like this before.
Well, the Fox Nation special Fentanyl, America's Quiet Killer, is streaming now. And Fox's Griff Jenkins, thank you so much for your time.
Lisa, thank you. And just any parents listening out there, remember, talk to your kids about the threat and tell them never take a pill or anything they don't know.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Robert is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
I am Robert Strickler. My wife Joyce and I have been married for 53 years. Certainly one of the really important things in my life are our children and our grandchildren. I am essentially a writer. I've been involved in communications. I've been an avid fly fisherman. I've been taking Prevagen for at least 8 years. For me, the greatest benefit over the years has been that Prevagen seems to help me recall things and also think more clearly, have a crisper ability to remember and think through things. And I enthusiastically recommend Prevagen. It has helped me an awful lot.
Prevagen is available in stores everywhere without a prescription. Based on a clinical study of subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired, this product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Designers, excavators, engineers, architects, listen up.
What are you doing? We're working here.
If you want to save time, effort, and money on your next underground utility project, start using Pennsylvania One Call System's Coordinate PA application. Coordinate PA is the next generation of utility coordination that allows you to easily transfer and manage your complex projects from start to finish, all the way from the designer to the excavator. Be prepared for your next underground utility project with Coordinate PA.
Makes sense.
Visit pa1call.org to learn more.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, over 3 million people called Morgan & Morgan in their time of need, and with over 1 million of those calls coming from previous clients, friends, and family.
My name is Jean. I was sitting in traffic and I was hit twice from behind by 2 different cars. My first thought was Morgan & Morgan. I was very surprised at how easy it was. I did not have to go into the office. I did everything by text. They needed documents. I could sign them, I could upload them, I could send them right back with ease. Call Morgan & Morgan. It's easier than you think.
Thank you for trusting us. We've become the largest injury firm in the world because we've won a lot. The word is out. Size matters. Reputation matters. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. With over 900 dedicated attorneys and climbing, we're ready wherever you are, whatever you need. The choice is easy. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
Right now might be the best time ever to upgrade your old, inefficient water heater to a state-of-the-art Bradford White Aerotherm heat pump water heater. It's eco-friendly, Energy Star certified for high efficiency, and will help lower your energy bills. Rebates and tax credits are now available that could save you thousands of dollars. How you heat your water matters. So ask your plumbing professional about the Bradford White Aerotherm heat pump water heater, or visit bradfordwhite.com to learn more.
It happens.
This is Fox News Talk.
Fox News, I'm Sue Gussman. The Democratic National Convention kicks off today in Chicago. President Biden expected to give the keynote address tonight. Former President Trump tapping conservative influencer Bo Loudon for his re-election campaign. Loudon on Fox says the Ingram angle.
I love how Trump's now doing these things like the Spaces with Elon Musk. He's got one tomorrow, I believe. And, you know, the last one reaching 3 billion impressions, 25 million people watching from start to finish, and 74% of viewers being under 34. That says a lot about how much Trump is sweeping Gen Z in.
Water rescues underway in Connecticut. Flash flooding causing mudslides and washed out roads Sunday.
Out in Connecticut, they're experiencing some significant flooding after the rainfall they've had over the course of Sunday. Cars getting stranded in the floodwaters, just barely able to push through. And we're not done yet with the rain.
Fox Weather's Haley Meyer. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Rain halted the NASCAR Firekeepers Casino 400 in Brooklyn, Michigan after just 51 laps. Chase Elliott was leading at that point. The race will restart at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Hideki Matsuyama birdied the final 2 holes to win the FedEx St. Jude Classic in Memphis. Xander Schauffele and Victor Hovland were 2 shots back. The Las Vegas Raiders named Gardner Minshew as their starting quarterback for the upcoming NFL season. Minshew beat out Aiden O'Connell for the job. Veteran cornerback Stephen Gilmore agreed to a 1-year contract with the Minnesota Vikings. In tennis, Arena Sabalenka and Jessica Pegula won their semifinal matches at the Cincinnati Open. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Bob Mortale, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
In the world of AI, we saw this with Sports Illustrated a couple months back. Who owns and who runs Athlon now? Arena Group, which also runs Sports Illustrated. And they were using AI, putting a headshot and a name with a report. And a lot of that is just aggregated news that then is pushed to the site to make content for said site, get clicks for said site. In this case, it's an Athlon report. Athlon Sports is citing anonymous sources that this guy has obtained. Different than just, hey, this is what's being reported by another outlet, and here are the details summarized by AI. Colorado, in their athletics department, did put out issued a statement. CU Athletics has no comment. No comment, Chad, means they're not confirming nor denying the details of this.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
If it's been a minute since you've considered an Infiniti, well, it's time to take another look. Head over to Infiniti of Westchester today and secure rates as low as 4.99% on Infiniti certified pre-owned models. And this month, take advantage of amazing offers on new Infinitis during our end of summer event. Don't wait. Visit us in-store at Infiniti of Westchester today or visit us online at infinityofwestchester.com. Philly rides with us.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Let me tell you about my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria, the dental implant master. Implant dentistry is an art form, and as one of South Jersey's top implant dentists, Dr. Mike gives you the self-confidence boost you deserve. Schedule your free implant consultation today. Dr. Veneria's office exceeds CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control with centralized UV sterilization of airflow to ensure your safety. Locations right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Guys, if you're over 40, we got to talk about lower testosterone.
Lower testosterone impacts millions of guys, so it's important you know the signs.
Like feeling lower energy levels or libido, losing muscle, or being out of shape.
So, what can you do? That's where Nugenix Total T comes in. Nugenix is a testosterone booster that can help guys get back to how they felt before lower testosterone.
And right now, you can actually get a complimentary bottle of Nugenix to try.
The fact is, lower testosterone doesn't go away without doing something about it, and Nugenix could be the help you need to trim up, stay lean, and get back the energy you used to have.
Text CAR to 369-369 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now, and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever. Absolutely free. Text CAR to 369-369. That's CAR to 369-369.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
The Stros are coming to town on Monday, August 26th and Tuesday, August 27th, both at 6:40, and Wednesday, August 28th at 4:05 to take on the Phils. Don't miss this matchup. Order tickets today at phillies.com. It's another City Connect Friday night at the Bank on August 30th at 6:40 when the Phils battle the Braves. CBP is the place to be. Secure your seats at Phillies.com.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Martha Stewart. Every year, more than 4 million pets enter shelters here in the United States. Many of these animals are rescued from desolate conditions. My friends at American Humane have been helping animals for more than 140 years. They help ensure that pets have a safe, warm shelter during times of need, especially during natural disasters. But pets need forever homes too. Adopting a shelter pet enriches the lives of one's family and allows shelters to help more animals awaiting care. Consider adopting today and take some time to learn more about American Humane's other work, including their efforts to rescue animals in need, certify the humane treatment of farm animals, help ensure the safety of animals on the silver screen, and protect our planet's amazing endangered species at AmericanHumane.org.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never involved in an accident, we mean it. But if you are injured in an accident, we'll work quickly and tirelessly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And when we also say we only get paid when your case is over and you get paid, we mean it. Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Monday, August 19th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure and commentary on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210 is the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Henry Machette, our associate producers. Another weekend in the books as the DNC emanates from the Windy City today. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. First football weekend for us.
The boys pick up a W?
So, yeah.
1-0?
It's very exciting.
So you guys won?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you guys cover?
Always.
The spread? Beautiful. I was laying the points. I just didn't get the update.
You never gamble on your own kid.
Oh, the hell, I will. I bet on my girls' dance competitions. I laid big numbers. Gregory, how are you?
Are you ready for the fun and festivities for the DNC? I think the protesters are already outside.
Killer Kamala.
They were out there last night.
Killer Kamala, dressed up as abortion pills.
Uh-huh.
And there's a big wiener out there.
Well, I mean, it is Chicago.
Yeah.
They like things thick and big out there, right?
Oh,
deep
God.
dish pizza, the whole bit.
True. Deep dish.
City full of carbs and calories and cholesterol. How was your weekend, Stocker?
A lot of protesting. I did a lot of protesting, too.
Yeah?
It was all from my backyard. And
shouting from your deck?
Yeah, yelling at people. Stay off my lawn. No, it was fine. Thank you.
All right. A lot of good things lined up on today's show. It's going to be a very, very interesting week. Big take on Kamala Harris and the mainstream media going after her ever since she unveiled her first economic policy on Friday. We will get you set for the DNC. Who's going to talk? What is the theme of each night? We'll give you a primer on that. Also, Donald Trump tabs Tulsi Gabbard for prep with debates.
Yeah.
You might recall that Tulsi Kamala debate from about 4.5 years ago. Could Nikki Haley be next to campaign for Trump? He's got thoughts on that. And also, speaking of Trump, more details on July 13th, as we are now 5 weeks and 2 days removed from the shooting in Butler, Pennsylvania. We'll get to that. Also, these fake media narratives that are out there about talk radio and the radio industry.
Thank you.
We'll address that.
Fake news.
Yes.
Fake news. American manhood is on the ballot this year.
Can I say one thing about the radio thing? If I hear one more epitaph about this is the end of radio, shut up. You have no idea what you're talking about. Radio is bigger and better than ever.
Beautiful.
Thank you. Sorry, Nick.
No, that's fine.
It just really irritates me. I
know.
want to get people as a.
Sorry, I pissed you off on Saturday.
Is this because radio's dying? Is this because of George Soros? Shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. Just stop. Get out of it. Just get out of it. If you don't know what you're talking about, then stop.
And just stop triggering stalker in general, would you please?
I'm done.
7:35 this morning. Dawn, you and I will be able to take a break, and Stalker will just yell to the heavens for about 8 minutes.
No, I'm
straight.
done yelling.
All right.
I've decided. I've turned over a new leaf.
Oh yeah. A low-key stalker?
Yeah, I've decided that I'm going to just kind of lay low.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
me too.
Yeah.
Also this morning, adults and lemonade stands. Yes, these are the issues we have to address on this program. Cut sheet, voicemails. Don't forget, by the way, the voicemails,
yeah,
you can keep them coming in all weekend long.
Yeah.
You ever thought at like 1:30 in the afternoon on a Sunday? Leave us a voicemail.
Honestly, Nick, I have gotten, because it shows you what times they come in. People get them, send them at like 10:30 at night, 7:45 at night. It's fine. It's good.
Right.
Yeah.
There you go. So all of that on tap this morning and much, much more. Let's get to the news, though. Round number one right at 6:05. The great Dawn Stensler.
And good morning. We are sponsored in Kayal Company this morning, sponsored by Wawa on this Monday morning, August 19th. We are at 72 degrees, and yes, showers and storms still in the forecast. A teenager and another person injured after a shooting broke out in the Northeast and Northeast Philadelphia happened last night, Colgate and Centner Streets. Police say a 14-year-old boy and a 43-year-old man, both suffering from graze wounds. So this incident, both victims, I should say, were transported to nearby hospitals in stable condition. No arrest, no motive, and the same line, anybody with information, anybody who saw anything, please call police. So I don't even know that this teen with a 43-year-old who suffered some graze wounds, I don't even know if they were the intended targets.
That's also a common theme
Yes.
in the city, for sure.
Too often.
Yep, too often. Way too often.
Severe storms causing major disruptions along the roads, the railways.
Did you guys get storms last night? I didn't get any storms yesterday. None.
We had rain.
Well, we had absolutely nothing.
All
Really?
day?
Nothing. It was amazing.
We did back-to-school shopping up at the outlets in Limerick.
Yeah.
And you could hear the rain just pelting away at the tin roofs
I got
in
nothing.
that facility.
We got nothing. I just saw NBC 10 is saying that there's down trees in Northeast Philly.
Coming
Wow.
down 422 yesterday around 4 o'clock, it was awful. You couldn't even see. I had to pull over.
Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, we got nothing there.
No. From Bucks County to Montgomery County, things can change.
The truth is, that's why the forecast, I will say in the defense of all of our local meteorologists, that it's tough. Because you might be where Greg Stocker is and you have nothing, but you're in Northeast Philadelphia or you're in the Westchester area. You know, we have mountains over here. We have flat areas over here. We have the Jersey Shore over here.
Mm-hmm.
So in parts of Jersey, North Jersey especially, they have that Amtrak suspended the rail service between New York and Philadelphia because that band of storms moved through. That was North Jersey, South Jersey, and then is striking us as well. And then we had at PHL this morning, 25 flights are canceled or delayed.
No, I believe
just checked PHL.
Well, my wife and daughters went to the Pink concert at the Link last night, and when they were driving around 5:30, it unloaded again for like 10 minutes. I don't know if it rained later in the evening because I was in bed by 9 o'clock, but it might have been even more later in the evening. I have no idea.
Wasn't that because an airplane clipped a luggage thing yesterday.
I think in part it was like a calamity, but I
Yeah.
also think they have weather delays they're dealing with. But yeah, I think it's a whole calamity. They had
Sums up the Mayor Pete era.
Calamity Pete. Calamity Pete.
Calamity Pete.
So we've got that going on. DNC day one. I know we'll talk about Chicago, the protesters. Joe Biden will headline. I thought it was astute of Pierre Ducey, who was on last night, and he said, notice the signage everywhere. It says DNC 2024. There's not signage inside that says Harris Walls, because otherwise that would be an insult to Joe, who's the headliner today.
Wow, yeah. But very interesting that the current president kicks off the 4-day festivities, right? You roll out Joe, get him out of the way, and then you bring in Obama and Tim Walz as the week moves along. Also, by the way, just worth an observation here. Have you seen all the businesses that have boarded up their windows in Chicago?
Well, isn't that what happened? You know, in Milwaukee, they had all those.
No. I didn't see any of that.
Wait, didn't we have that in Milwaukee? All those
No.
businesses boarded up and shut down for
No,
the
ma'am.
RNC? Are you saying that Republicans are pro-business and don't have the protesters?
And one convention is pro-riots, looting, and vandalization. Yes.
And speaking of that, I know we'll talk about it, so I'll just headline it, as we had Harris and Trump campaigning and focusing on campaigns in Pennsylvania. J.D. Vance is set to speak in Philadelphia actually today. So we'll talk about all of that this weekend, giving you a lot of headlines for sure. Unfortunately, for our Philadelphia Phillies, didn't get her done in that series against the Nationals. We did lose 6-4. However, I will point out to you that they wanted to get, Coach wanted to give Bryce Harper, 2 days off in a row.
Well, I mean,
and Trey Turner.
I like when the bosses
They
give
need-
you 2 days
yeah.
off in a row. Sadly, it's just usually Saturday and Sunday for me, but
I mean, they took 3 out of 4 from the
they're
Nationals.
still up 7. They're up 7 on the Braves.
Yeah.
As long as that number stays right
Well,
there, I feel good.
They play the Braves starting Tuesday, so in Atlanta.
Oh, road trip?
Yeah. It's like a 7-game road trip. I think they do Atlanta and then Kansas City. The
Okay.
Royals. So their schedule from here on out, I think it's like 30 some odd games left, 38 some odd games
It's
left.
tougher.
And it's not a cakewalk. Not a cakewalk.
Down the stretch they come.
Yeah.
Well, we did lose last night 6-4, but they're getting the break.
My wife
To
texted me.
Greg's
She's
point.
like, "Are the Phillies playing tonight? No wonder why traffic's a mess." I'm like, "It's a day game. The lights are just still on in the stadium. Relax. They do that."
Well, I'm glad Pink got. I'm glad that she got the concert in.
Yeah. Is she a Doylestown girl?
Yeah.
She is.
I thought.
100%.
Yeah. I knew it was Bucks County.
We'll have to talk about it. We are sponsored this morning as Greg Stocker sips his hot coffee. We are sponsored by Wawa. I don't know if it's a Wawa coffee.
It certainly is.
So Wawa has new Southwest flavors like the roasted chicken fajita veggie quesadilla or the beefsteak burrito with salsa roja. So try a burrito bowl or quesadilla. Build it just how you like it. Gotta have a Wawa. Love our Wawa. And Holland Floor Covering sponsors our forecast this morning.
Is your light not on in your studio? Can you turn it on?
Oh.
Thank you.
Is it not on?
My light's not on. Somebody's home, but my light's not on. What's the saying?
I'm Tom Bodine, and we'll leave the light on for you at
There's the
Motel
light.
6.
Thank you.
I'll always leave the porch light on for you, honey. It's only like 6:11, and I've already
know.
lost it.
Yeah.
Well, we are sponsored by Holland Floor Covering. So after we get through today, we have some nice weather moving through, but today we got to get through it. 84 degrees with some chances for scattered thunderstorms today, but that'll tee us up for a taste of fall starting tomorrow. 76 degrees tomorrow for your Tuesday with partly sunny. Wednesday, mostly sunny, 75. Thursday, 78. Friday, 83. The stretch of sun continues all week long. The fall-like temperatures pretty much leave us by Friday-ish. The weekend upcoming, if this forecast sticks, mid-80s bright sunny skies. And by next Monday, we're looking at 90 degrees. So enjoy this starting tomorrow with the mid-70s, just that taste of fall. Sponsored by Holland Floor Covering, the region's premier flooring dealer. Reimagine your space. New carpet. What about tile? What about area rugs? It can add character, and a welcoming experience to your home. Showrooms in Wayne and Newtown, no charge samples, no obligation estimates. Learn more, hollandfloor.com. This is First Warning Monday Morning Edition, Kayal Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:13, let's kick off another week with another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal Company.
And it's brought to you by United Tire, The Big Take, Hideaway Harris and the Honeymooners. It was a very interesting weekend for Democratic install Kamala Harris. Between Friday, after we got off the air, through the talking heads on the Sunday morning circuit, you got the sense that the mainstream media, who has carried Kamala's water for almost a month, is starting to wear thin on her lack of visibility and her limited policy. On top of that, the policy that she has rolled out has been absolutely shredded by the fanboys and fangirls that usually don't crush a Democrat unless they are indefensible words, actions, or policies. Whether you want to call it a hiccup, a hitch, or a hiatus, it's up to you, because today the DNC begins in Chicago and it runs through Thursday. Now, a few things could end the honeymoon for her this week. Pro-Palestinian protests, more communist policies, or more stealing of Trump's past policies. But let's highlight and illustrate just how bad Harris's weekend was and why Donald Trump did something absolutely fantastic. And it started for Kamala Harris on Friday in North Carolina as she unveiled her vision for the American economy. How about a Washington Post double dunk? The first WAPO headline reads as follows, quote, "When your opponent calls you a communist, maybe don't propose price controls." It's hard to exaggerate how bad her price gouging policy is, writes Catherine Rampell. The second Washington Post op-ed came from their editorial board with the following headline: "The Times demand serious economic ideas. Harris supplies gimmicks. Price gouging is not causing inflation. So why is the vice president promising to stamp it out?" End quote. By the way, grocery stores on average have about a 1.43% markup. So it's not them, it's their suppliers who have to spend a lot more money on the energy required to produce and generate food. And in case you haven't looked, energy prices are through the roof. Here is Catherine Rampell from the Washington Post on CNN ripping Kamala Harris's destined to fail policy. Listen and watch this.
Catherine, I read your piece and I heard you just mention it. The federal ban on price gouging for groceries. You are skeptical of this. Why?
Well, first of all, nobody can explain what price gouging means. It's like that old line about pornography. I know it when I see it, in the sense that what does it mean to have an excessive price or an excessive profit margin? That seems to be shorthand for a price or a profit margin that bugs me. That seems too high. So, it's very hard to pin down what this would actually mean. If you look at the legislation that, as I mentioned, is already in the Senate, led by Senator Warren and Senator Bob Casey and a slew of others, the particular way that this is written, which is likely to be the template for any proposal that Harris would eventually embrace, is especially bad in that it just bans excessive prices, grossly excessive profit margins, and says that the Federal Trade Commission can use any metric it deems appropriate to decide what that would mean, which basically says, like, it's not going to be markets, it's not going to be supply and demand that's determining how much your grocery store charges you for milk or for eggs. It's going to be some bureaucrat in D.C., which seems like totally unworkable, first of all, for the FTC to be deciding like how much Kroger charges for eggs in Michigan. But it also would be very bad for markets. We've seen this kind of thing tried in lots of other countries before: Venezuela, Argentina, the Soviet Union, etc. It leads to shortages. It leads to black markets. Plenty of uncertainty. And beyond that, the specific way this bill is written might actually increase prices because of some of the other language in it. Things like requiring public companies to disclose in their quarterly reports, their quarterly earnings reports, how they're setting prices, which is a great way to help them collude, which normally we don't want them to do. So anyway, the devil's in the details, I guess, for that bill, but it's really hard for me to imagine any form of legislation that
preserves the spirit of what she's proposing, that would not be, at best do nothing, at worst cause a lot of harm.
This right here is why they are hiding her. She has no policies that'll be effective, that embrace a spirit of capitalism. Never forget, folks, as I've said before, equity is code for socialism. And it's not me saying that they are trying to turn Kamala into Hideaway Harris. It's Politico. Headline: Dem lawmakers want to wait until after Harris wins to set policy agenda. Quote, she doesn't need to negotiate against herself. We've got the biggest possible tent right now, said centrist Rep. Ann McClain Custer. So let me get this straight. Kamala was installed after Democrats threw a coup to oust Biden, and now they believe they don't have to set a policy agenda during an election season until after she possibly wins? Has anyone ever heard of such lunacy? Who in their right mind would vote for someone or something like this? This would be like going to a car dealership and the sales rep won't show you the price tag. He won't tell you the terms of the lease. He won't give you the details on the vehicle features, and you still buy it anyway. He still makes the sale. You would be stupid to purchase that vehicle. That's basically what's going on here with Democrats and their voters. Well, we don't know what Kamala has in store, but it sure beats Trump. And what's the strategy here? Well, speaking of Politico, here's Jonathan Martin, columnist from Politico, who says the Democrats are just trying to run out the clock here on CNBC. Listen and watch this clip.
Jonathan, do you think it would be a politically smart thing for her to get into details about tax policy or regulators or all of the things, all the questions that I imagine you may very well have for her about her economic plan? When do you think, if you were advising her, when is it that she's supposed to tell the public about these things, or is the plan not to?
February of 2025, probably. I'm only half kidding, Andrew. Look, I think her entire bet is to make this race a question of, do you want the Donald Trump persona? Look, Democrats have flourished for almost 9 years whenever Donald Trump is in the headlines. When American politics is about Donald Trump and his conduct, Democrats do well. And so clearly that's going to be her strategy. And then you overlay that with some reassurance based upon her biography and her messaging that she is somebody who was willing to hew to a more centrist political persona. And I think that's really the campaign. Yes, she'll put some meat on the bones on policy. She's going to have to, I think, just to get by for the next 80 days. But I really think most Democrats want to make this about, do you want Trump talking, as he is given to this or that for the next 4 years in your living room. And the bet is that most Americans will say no.
And when it pertains to policy, something Kamala Harris can't effectively communicate, Donald Trump is dominating. The latest CBS News YouGov poll came out on Sunday on all of the issues, and Trump leads the way. Trump leads 56-43 on the economy, 61-38 on inflation, and 76-24 on the border and immigration. Trump has also reemerged as a betting favorite in the poly markets, which is the first time he's done so in 3 weeks. Kamala Harris had a 10-point advantage. Trump is now up 1 point. Smart money gamblers indicating that the honeymoon is about to flame out. And here are more mainstream media headlines. Phil, if you could throw up the montage graphic on YouTube, please. Our audience that's watching can see this. Newsweek, CNN, CNN Business, The Washington Post, all mainstream media outlets, with a few sprinkled in as well from the other side, all calling Kamala and her economic ideas into question. But it doesn't end there. Even Obama's former economic advisor is concerned. Harvard economist Jason Furman told the New York Times her policies, quote, don't make sense. After reviewing new policy proposals by Harris, Furman said that he hopes they never come to fruition. And what about the housing market? Making home ownership easier. Dummies for Kamala think they're getting a free $25,000 to purchase a new home, except it's going to be added into the home's values. Here's CNN picking apart another disastrous idea from Harris. Listen and watch this clip.
She took a lot of far-left positions during her first run in 2019 and 2020. She has, temporarily kind of moderated these through some anonymous quotes from aides saying, well, she doesn't really want to ban fracking anymore. She doesn't want to do this, doesn't want to do that. This new program that she's kind of doing is pretty far left, $25,000, price controls essentially. That's number one. But the other thing is, kind of conveniently forgot she was vice president for the last 4 years when a lot of the housing market crisis was at its worst, when inflation was at its worst. So there's a lot of memory holding that. But look, when it comes to the $25K, I mean, you just added $25,000 into every price on every home price in the country. Because if you're giving that away essentially for free, people will add it into the price. And obviously, price controls have come under criticism from the Washington Post, Catherine Rampell, whom this channel's talked to earlier. So you're going to see a lot of that in the messaging over the next couple of days, if not weeks, as we go into the convention.
And Julia Chatterley is with us as well, monitoring.
All right, so is the honeymoon about to end by Thursday night? I think it could possibly end this week, but don't take it from right-wing hack Nick Kayal. Take it from CNN host and former host right here on 1210 WPHT, Michael Smerconish. He believes so as well. Listen and watch this final clip.
Kamala Harris is not indestructible. She has served as an undistinguished, nearly invisible vice president. There appears no accomplishment she can point to for her most important responsibility, addressing the origin of the border crisis. Second, she picked a nice guy from Minnesota in Tim Walz, but he might turn out to have as many warts as J.D. Vance. And I don't mean the allegation of stolen valor. He spoke sloppily in that instance, but I don't think there's much there. But the CNN K-File report of his congressional campaign deceit over his DWI is a real and embarrassing issue. As usual, the cover-up was worse than the crime. It's still too soon to know how much she might regret not picking Josh Shapiro. And third, thus far, Harris has had a free ride. She's not given any media interviews, hasn't faced voter questioning. When asked recently, she said that she would give an interview by the end of the month. She said that on August the 8th. No doubt she wants more time on the clock to prepare answers as to why she's flipped on health care, fracking, weed, and the death penalty, to name just a few. Sooner or later, she's going to be held accountable and face pressure that she has thus far largely avoided.
So the free ride's going to come to an end, and I think the coronation will conclude Thursday night at the DNC. Then we will all break for Labor Day, forget about politics for a little bit. But then September 10th, debate number one will occur, and that's when I believe Trump will surge ahead in the polls for the first time in over 6 weeks. I believe Trump will go from down 1, 2, 3 points, maybe even up a point to 2, 3, 4 points ahead by the time we get to October 1st, which will be the first VP debate. And that's when Hideaway Harris and the honeymooners will come to a halt. Doesn't mean Trump's going to win the election, but the honeymoon and the free ride is about to end. And so is the Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And it's brought to you by United Tire. Stop by United Tire and say you want to trade in your tires. Do it right now, and you're going to get $100 off of 4 new tires, and you'll get no-fault road hazard coverage for free. That includes free maintenance like rotations, flat repairs, and more. UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United. 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT, the YouTube chat, and your voicemails. Kayal and Company, we'll get some thoughts and reaction to Kamala's weekend and then get you set for the DNC on the other side as we continue Monday morning here on Talk Radio, 1210 WPHT.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
We have a man who's a warrior, a great military person. Dave McCormick is a 7th-generation Pennsylvanian who grew up in Bloomsburg, went to West Point, and earned a Bronze Star for his service in the First Gulf War. Dave went on to an outstanding career in business, and now he's fighting for the people of this Commonwealth, and he loves this Commonwealth.
Conservative Dave McCormick.
We need new leadership. We need a new president in the White House that's going to get our country back on track. We need a new majority in the Senate that's going to be able to take our country in the right direction.
Dave will vote to secure your borders, stand up to China, unleash incredible amounts of Pennsylvania energy, and he wants to stop Bidenflation. David McCormick, you have my total support and my total endorsement, and you got to win. Dave McCormick.
I'm Dave McCormick, and I approve this message.
Paid for by friends of Dave McCormick. www.davemccormickpa.com.
Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. Over the last few weeks, we've watched the best of the best go for the gold. Here at Colonial, we sell the best of the best, providing a gold standard car buying experience, proving to be the fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. When it comes to selection, Colonial makes it fast. With over 200 vehicles in stock to choose from, we have just what you're looking for. Palisades, Santa Fe's, Elantras, Tucsons, Ioniqs, gas, hybrids, and EVs. Colonial Hyundai makes it easy to fit a new car into your budget. We have over 80 vehicles in stock right now with prices under $30,000. Drive one home today for as low as $199 per month. Colonial continues to be recognized for offering the highest trade-in values in the region. In fact, I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. All this makes shopping at Colonial better. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
Offers include all rebates and incentives. Vehicle must be purchased at dealer listed price. See dealer for full details.
Your official home for Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Listen to every Nittany Lions game on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano for my friend, dentist and board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz and the Bentz Dental Group. His state-of-the-art facility makes your dentistry as easy as can be. Recently, they had a permanent tooth put in, and you know how it is. In the past, you bite down, it's too high, it's always too high. The back and forth getting it just right. Well, not this time. With Dr. Bentz, it fit perfectly the first time. Call the Bentz Dental Group now, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com, 610-272-6949.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Oh, yeah, Kayal and Company, another work week upon us. Let's go. Rise and shine, Philadelphia. Off to work we go. 6:31, Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. Take us wherever you go on the free Odyssey app. Watch us on YouTube. 855-839-1210. We'll get to the DNC in just a few moments. Give you a little rundown of what's going to occur today, tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday for the 4-day festivities out in Chicago. Tough act to follow following the RNC in Milwaukee from just a few weeks ago. But you know what's interesting, Dawn? I'm thinking about Kamala Harris, and she's been hiding, and she hasn't unveiled many of her policies. And a couple that have come out have either been communist in nature or copycatted from Trump and or J.D. Vance. And I can't tell you how many times, and I wasn't really home much this weekend, but the little bit of TV that I caught, I couldn't go one commercial stop set, which is a commercial break for those not in the industry, where I didn't see and hear that Kamala Harris economic vision ad. And I'm paraphrasing here, but she was basically saying it is going to be the defining mission, the defining policy of her candidacy is to redefine and build up the middle class. So her first economic policy rolls out Friday in North Carolina. She wants to put a cap on price gouging, even though that's not really the issue plaguing this country right now. But how can you make it redefining the middle class and it be your defining mission when for 4 years she kept laughing and giggling, telling us Bidenomics is working? Bidenomics is working, right? And remember how Joe would say, we're going to build it up from the bottom up to the top down to the middle out, and that thing, that whole mind F that you hear, and you're trying to visualize that, like, what exactly is he trying to say here? So I guess my question is, which one is it, Kamala? Because you can't have it both ways. I was told the economy was thriving, so why are you trying to fix the middle class? Unless that's your way of saying that you and Joe destroyed the middle class over the last 4 years to the point now where adults for a side hustle have to open up a lemonade stand. And by the way, the proceeds don't go to charity and Alex's lemonade stand. They go to your wallet so you can afford to pay your energy bill each month. I look at her energy policy and I look at her economy policy, Dawn. I mean, we're going to be screwed. She's using a policy that has failed Venezuela, Argentina, and the old Soviet Union. It hasn't worked in any country ever. And that's her vision so far.
I had so many, especially moms, approach me this weekend because it was a big weekend with football and, getting ready for school and all of that. So whether it was at the Acme, whether it was on the sidelines, came up and said, I'm so worried. I'm so worried. This woman is, I would love to see a woman someday be president, not this woman. Mm-hmm. Kamala Harris, she is a disaster. She's going to take us down. We need somebody who can, make America great again. And of course, they're in the closet. I always say, where's your Trump hat? Mm-hmm. Come on out of the closet.
Yeah.
Be contagious. Right. But I think I believe I do have faith in the American people. I think, and I know my fave thing that happened. I wasn't down the shore this weekend, but something happened down the Jersey Shore in Atlantic City, and you're going to play it, so I'll just leave it there with a certain wannabe nasty guy who used to work here in Philadelphia. And
I'll give you a little tease right here, okay? Down a little tease for you.
I'm Don Lemon, and you will respect me. You will watch me.
His little ditty and his shocked face with so-called ordinary people. Mm-hmm. He thought he was going to do the so-called man on the street, person on the street.
Yeah.
And he got quite a dose of reality.
Didn't go over maybe the way he envisioned.
And it's my favorite thing because it gives me hope.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's just it.
Yep.
That yes, the media is telling you one thing, and the media looks so bad right now. The so-called mainstream media looks so bad right now.
Mm-hmm.
But I do keep the faith that the American people, because we feel we go to the, Larry and I were like at different grocery stores, like comparing prices,
mm-hmm.
As we all do. And it's back. You said you were back to school shopping.
Yeah, I actually got out both daughters. Now this was school supplies, sneakers, and clothing, just over $500 total. Thank God for those Philadelphia premium outlets out in Limerick where the deals were just tremendous. I mean, people were running around. There's one last small quarter zip and fighting over it. I'm just looking at my wife. I'm like, I need a drink. Like this is like the
$500 for both girls.
Yeah. I mean, we went.
That's great.
We went, and I don't want to name brands, but we went into it, in a decently popular brand that kids wear. That I think Greg and I probably at least were. It was in our circles of high school. You're finding shirts now for now. Granted, my girls are 10 and they're a little on the smaller side because they dance. They were getting T-shirts at decent stores for like $6-7 a pop. So we made out really well, but that place was mobbed, and the point being. And granted, people have always gone to outlets looking for bargains, so this is nothing new. But it's more imperative than ever that you get the most mileage out of your dollar in this economy.
But so that is fantastic, and but I think the fact that you went to the outlets, we go to TJ Maxx because we have boys with. I mean, they're boy men, as I call them. You know what I mean? So we find better deals at TJ Maxx. But I think that's the point, that's the Bidenomics economy, that we're all looking for their deals.
Yep.
We went to Dick's Sporting Goods because I had to get cleats. I had to get gym shoes. I had to get like a padded, like special like padded stuff.
Yeah.
$500
Yeah.
just for 2 pairs because
Yeah.
he's a size 14.
Well, because nothing's ever on sale at Dick's ever. You have like
Well,
you have like one little clearance rack of a bunch of stuff. You're like, I don't ever remember seeing that at full price to begin with. So where did this clearance rack come from?
You can't find the size 14 cleats that are going to fit. You know what I mean? Like those specific things, you're paying more than you've ever paid in your life.
Well, your
It's
kids are
crazy.
as big as the Sasquatch from
They're
the Jack Link's
giants.
commercials. It's unbelievable. You got like mountain
They're
men living
huge.
with you. It's unbelievable. So that's the economy. If you want to jump in, you can do so. 855-839-1210. And I mentioned the honeymoon concept for, the DNC and Kamala, and I'll give you a couple of the rundown bits here. And I'm trying not to be partisan here, but I don't know that any of these names really move the needle short of one individual. So today, remember, the RNC had their own themes, Kid Rock, Hulk Hogan in the last night, on down the list. But today, Monday, it's called For the People. Joe Biden and Dr. Jill will speak, along with Hillary Clinton and Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson. Yes, the Brandon Johnson who's even further left than Lori Lightfoot, who was ousted about a year ago. So nothing really exhilarating about that. Joe and Jill have basically been shoved out the door in a coup. Hillary Clinton, despite the gravitas and some of the resume, she's a loser from 8 years ago. And Brandon Johnson, I think there was just another 43 shootings over the weekend in Chicago, 5 of which were fatal, was the headline I saw. Now, on Tuesday, I think it gets good, looking at this objectively, as Obama is going to speak. To me, he's the headliner of the 4 days. He's the one that had to give the blessing to Kamala and stage the phone call with Michelle, the whole bit. Kamala's husband, Doug Emhoff, will speak on Tuesday, along with Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, who we remember was kind of on that short list of Veeps that were thrown out there. He's a name that's been floated around in these potential 2028 circles.
Billionaire,
yep, the whole bit. And then on Wednesday, by the way, Tuesday's theme is called A Bold Vision for America's Future. Wednesday's theme is called A Fight for Our Freedoms. That will be Tim Walz, Mr. Stolen Valor. Bill Clinton will also speak, assuming he gets an infusion of energy and doesn't look like he's on his deathbed. Nancy Pelosi and Mayor Pete. And then on Thursday, Kamala Harris will accept the nomination. So you go through this list. You've got Joe, you've got Jill, you've got Hillary, you've got Pritzker, Emhoff, Johnson, you've got Nancy, you've got Bill. I mean, they're rolling out people north of 75, 78, 81, 84 years old. Just off the top, I feel like the RNC, younger, more energetic, more exciting, but also the dynamic inside versus outside. Now, I do expect on the inside, where the convention is being held, that this place will be loud. You're going to have a bunch of white liberal women waving pom-poms, the whole bit, right? It's going to be their version of Woodstock. But on the outside is going to be interesting with all of the protests. And it'll be interesting to see how you consume your news for the next 4 days, because on the inside, everything will look all shiny and new and glossy and joyous and all these adjectives to describe the energy of the Harris campaign. But Dawn, on the outside, that's where it's going to be interesting. And I'll be interested to see if the mainstream media covers the protests, possible violence, possible vandalism, burning, looting, fires, riots, the whole bit. Inside versus outside could be night and day in Chicago.
Yeah, and I think, and thank you for saying Chicago.
I know. You're welcome.
But I think it's notable that this morning I don't see locally that many stations here in Philadelphia, leading with the fact that yesterday outside Philadelphia City Hall, there were about 1,000 protesters that are the anti-Israel, anti-Jewish, or they call themselves, I guess, pro-Palestinian, and they're marching saying, hey, Kamala Harris, you can still get our vote, make it right. And then, so that was happening in Philadelphia. I didn't even hear much as far as the so-called mainstream media this morning talking about all those protesters that were out there even last night in Chicago and across the country. Why is that?
Making it seem like everything's all hunky-dory and rosy?
It's biased by omission to not report on it as much.
Right.
I mean, just a mention.
Yeah, well, I expect them to cover everything on the inside like everything is great, but balance that out with what's going on out in the streets, because this is something we've seen in our streets for closing in on 10 months now. right? And it's not going away. Remember I said when colleges broke in mid-May for the summer, I said don't expect this to die down. Now, I think I've been a little bit wrong from the standpoint of we're not seeing it still on colleges, or if we are, it's not being covered because they're not occurring as frequently. But if you don't think it's going to ratchet up full flare this week, I mean, this could be, because nothing is really going to change. I've got this story from Politico here that Greg sent us. There's at least 6 major protests planned during the DNC, and there was a moment where they looked at these protesters, the switch at the top of the ticket, and according to Politico, this large organization, the main organization, which will have more than 200 groups that are going to protest at the convention, it's called March on the DNC 2024, they had a 30-minute meeting where they considered maybe dialing it back because Kamala tends to show a little bit more favor towards the Palestinian cause than Genocide Joe does. But then they realized, you know what? She's a part of it as well. So now they've dubbed her Killer Kamala, and the march goes on.
We have that video if you want to, Phil, if you want to put up cut 24 here. I know I said 26, but put up cut 24 here for the Killer Kamala thing that they were. Killer Kamala, Gaza speaking.
Mm-hmm.
That's already happening outside.
It's not complicated.
Yes.
Gaza will be liberated.
Yep.
They're calling it Not Another Bomb. I'm not making it up. That is their theme across the country. Not another bomb.
Yep.
Meaning against the quote-unquote pro-Palestinians.
Well, there's already inside, and this is cut 26 here. There's already, so they had the welcoming party yesterday at the DNC, and there's already protests. So they went out and said, "Hey, everybody, welcome here!" And somebody rushed the stage. Cut 26, Phil, go.
Y'all can do better than that. Mike DeMoney.
He's got a mask on. Okay. That's a female, actually. She's got like high heel boots on. Mask, short haircut.
So there.
Yep.
She has, yeah.
She's got the full mental health outfit on.
So it's already off to a great start here, guys.
Yes.
Lots of.
Lots of disruptions already. Hatem Abduyaya, the chairman of the U.S. Palestinian Community Network, says, quote, "We're going to stay full steam ahead. We all came to a consensus that switching Joe for Kamala will not make a difference. Harris represents this administration." So Harris might play well in Dearborn, Michigan. Not sure that she's going to play well in Chicago, Illinois, or I should say Chicago. I'll just call it the Windy City. I'll let Dawn call it what it's really called.
No, my favorite group is the LGBTQ plus for Palestine group that's outside there.
Right.
That's my favorite group because they're clueless as to what would happen, God forbid, if they visited that region and what Hamas would do to them.
Mm-hmm.
But my ultimate favorite is what do they call it? Wiener Court, or there's like one of those big. I'm not making it up. I'm not making this up.
Wiener Court for who? For
outside the DNC, they have like one of these blow up. Like you get free hot dogs if you sign up for a vasectomy.
I thought maybe you got like a free hot dog if you join the Taliban or something.
So, no, that's my favorite thing outside the DNC, and nobody's taking the bait because come on, I mean it's a big hot dog.
Yeah,
and I guess my childish sense of humor. There are a lot of jokes in there. I'll leave that to
which we encourage
others.
on this program. Yeah. Yes, indeed.
Jimmy Fallon, where are you when I need you?
Yeah, we need a vasectomy bit from Fallon on a Saturday night for sure. 855-839-1210. Come back, put a bow on the 6 o'clock hour. We'll also give you a few more details about these protests that are getting ready to take off in Chicago, and then we'll get to some Trump news to kick off the 7 o'clock hour. But first, a word from my friends at Piazza Mazda in Westchester, where right now you can check out the 2024 CX-30. It offers 8 different trim levels, which creates the perfect fit for every lifestyle. When it comes to performance, iActive all-wheel drive is standard, and the available turbocharged engine packs a surprising punch. Safety features such as blind spot monitoring and lane assist have given the 2024 CX-30 a 5-star overall safety rating. I'm not sure you can get more safety and more bang for your buck than with Mazda. Piazza Mazda in Westchester. You can also check them out at their dealership in Reading or online anytime at piazzamazda.com.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
What happens when Washington liberals spend trillions of dollars? Just look around. Prices are way up. They pushed a bunch of reckless spending, and Senator Bob Casey voted for it. Now we're paying higher gas prices, higher grocery prices, and higher utility bills. Casey helped create this mess by voting with President Biden 98% of the time, including voting for trillions in wasteful spending. Instead of listening to the warnings, Senator Casey sided with the liberals, causing this inflation disaster. Casey voted to let illegals take your tax dollars. He voted to let illegals collect $500 million in COVID relief checks. It's more for illegals and less for us. Come on, Senator Casey. That's just not right. Call Senator Casey at 202-224-6324. Tell him to put Pennsylvania families first and fix his inflation disaster. Support S575, the Fight Inflation Through Balanced Budgets Act. Paid for by One Nation, onenationamerica.org.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at Archbishop Wood High School in Warminster, PA, Saturday, September 28th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com!
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
At Wawa, you can always find the right drinks for the right time. And Wawa's pumpkin drinks are back sooner than ever, so you can enjoy the best of summer and fall. Enjoy a pumpkin brulee milkshake by the pool. Sip a pumpkin cheesecake smoothie while skateboarding. Or take a pumpkin spice iced coffee on a camping trip. At Wawa, anytime is drink time. And now's the time to feel cool and cozy with Wawa's new pumpkin flavors. Available in milkshakes, cream smoothies, and iced coffee. Gotta have a Wawa.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and company back today from a weekend getaway. Nick, Dawn, and Greg on a Monday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Could be, I say could be, the best Monday cut sheet in the history of the program. Just saying.
Wow.
It's that good, this thing. It's that good.
That's a tough ask.
It is, but having scanned over the sheet, it's pretty good.
I don't know how we're going to get through it. If you're watching right now on YouTube, I have 4 pages, and I just printed out a 5th. So,
you know, if we were to do the cut sheet and the voicemail starting right now, I don't think we'd get it all in by 9:55. Just a hunch.
It's all right. It's a long week.
It's a long week.
It's a long week of a lot of. Oof.
There you go.
By the way, Zioli broadcasting live from the DNC starting this afternoon at 3 o'clock. So, a little flight issues yesterday with him, but he got there.
Secret Service protecting?
Well, he was his original flight that was scheduled to go last evening was canceled, so he immediately booked another one. I think he finally got to Chicago at 2:50 this morning.
Rich will be broadcasting from a boarded-up bank on 5th and Madison.
Exactly. By the way, one more programming note. Dom will have J.D. Vance on coming up at noon.
Wow.
So stay tuned for that. Dom will have J.D. Vance coming up this afternoon at noon. Rich broadcasting from the DNC starting at 3. This is your place to be all afternoon.
There you go. Big issues, big guests coming through. J.D. Vance. According to the Chicago Tribune, as of Sunday, there's at least 7 demonstrations set to take place throughout Chicago, not just on Gaza, but also on abortion rights to economic injustices. So that's very interesting because the theme of the Big Take this morning was on the economy. Another quote from the leader of the Palestinian Community Network telling the Washington Post about Joe Biden stepping aside, quote, "We feel that this administration is responsible for the ongoing war and genocide. Our target is the Democratic Party and the leadership of the party, and Killer Kamala is one of them." So pay attention to that as we wrap up the hour here. And, of course, as this thing gets underway today. By the way, all sorts of, segregated groups will be speaking today at the DNC based on your ethnicity. I don't know. Democrats love segregation.
They do.
It's the wildest thing.
They love putting people in boxes.
They really do.
Yep.
855-839-1210. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour number 2. And then we got some great news on Friday. I advocated for it for months. Did he listen? We'll find out. Kayal and Company back after this.
Wawa has new Southwest flavors like the roasted chicken fajita veggie quesadilla.
Fajita veggies?
Or the beefsteak burrito with salsa roja.
Salsa roja? Love.
You can also add fire roasted corn and crispy jalapenos.
No way. All from Wawa.
Oh, you bet. Wawa's always keeping things fresh. And this time, it's with delicious Southwest flavors. Try them in a burrito, bowl, or quesadilla and build it just how you like it. Gotta have a Wawa.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Bob's Little Sports Shop, Delsey Drive in Glassboro, is your one-stop shop for firearms and firearm safety. Bob's now offers an expanded selection and classroom area, NRA-certified instructors for all your firearm education. Bob's also has your New Jersey carry permit qualifications and an indoor pistol range open daily. Call 856-881-7575 or go to bobslittlesportshop.com.
I'm proud to be an American and live in this great land. To keep our country safe and free, we all must take a stand. The freedom that we all enjoy is just one vote away, and if we are not vigilant, it can be lost one day. Freedom is a fragile gift. We all must do our part. To always vote for freedom first is where we all must start.
Remember Bob's Little Sports Shop for firearms and firearm safety. Call 856-881-7575 or bobslittlesportshop.com. Paid for by Bob's Little Sports Shop, Glassboro, New Jersey.
Cancer, a scary word, but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we are offering the C40 lease for 36 months for under $500
to qualified buyers. This is a really fun Volvo to drive. We also have a huge selection of certified Volvos. And what about $15,000 off when leasing a 2024 XC90 hybrid? This is an incredibly fabulous Volvo. It's the Volvo I drive. Visit us here at Cherry Hill Volvo for the attention and respect you deserve.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
The Labor Day mega sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Purchase a qualifying Sub-Zero, Wolf, and Cove appliance package and choose 3 years of additional warranty or a rebate up to $2,500. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
We don't care who you vote for in the upcoming election. You know why? Because this is not a political ad. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group meet with people every day wondering if they should be doing something different with their money because it's an election year. At Retire Ready Financial Group, we want you to know where your money is, how it's performing, and if the market does go down, how does it affect your retirement? We call it a portfolio snapshot, and we do it at no charge. Our goal is for you to have confidence as you enter retirement, confidence to spend, and confidence that you won't run out of money. Let's vote those election worries right out of your retirement. For your complimentary portfolio snapshot, call 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or go to retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Kayal Company counting down the minutes until the cut sheet. Coming up 7:45 as we continue live here on this Monday morning. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker, Phil Almquist. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always on the free Odyssey app, live on YouTube. Donald Trump tabs Tulsi Gabbard. Is Nikki next? Also, new details of the failures of July 13th. That is still on the way. And for everybody that gets their future of radio news from social media and decides to text me at 4 in the morning, you're all wrong. You're all idiots. Lose the phone number. Well, don't lose the phone number. I like you still, but you got to find your better sources. Also this morning, adults and lemonade stands, and also American manhood on the ballot. This election very well could come down to a battle of genders, men against women. And we'll get to that coming up in just a little bit. But before all of that, and oh, by the way, Kayal Company now expanding its listenership base into the Big Apple. A very interesting email to read coming up in a little bit.
Ooh.
Yes, that's correct. But let's get our news round number 2 at 7:03. The great Dawn Stensland, who's very focused on wieners in Chicago this morning.
Wieners. That's right.
That's right.
Wieners in Chicago.
Wieners and free stuff. We'll tell you about all of it. We are sponsored this morning in Kayal Company News Live by Macy's. Oh, I love Macy's. So we'll talk about Macy's in the news this morning. So let us begin. I will say that since Greg Stocker said he didn't really see any of the effects of the storms or anything.
Yes.
I will tell you that across our region, people are dealing. I mean, you were blessed.
I was.
But across our what?
No, I am blessed.
Yeah.
You are blessed.
Great hair.
He's blessed. But not everybody. Not everybody. So we do have a lot of people dealing with flooding, dealing with travel delays by train, by vehicle, down trees, as well as at PHL. We talked about that this morning, some delays because of what happened over the weekend, and that includes some of the weather. But down the Jersey Shore, because this, for a lot of people, a lot of schools and colleges are starting next week. A rip current warning in effect still at the Jersey Shore through tomorrow evening. Over the weekend, they're pointing out that they had well over, I believe, 17 rescues. That was in Ventnor. Ocean City had, I think, 12 rescues. So in Ocean City, they actually closed the beaches.
It's funny you say that. My buddy in my fantasy football league took his wife, 2 boys, and 1 daughter, all between ages 6 through 12, to Ocean City, and he didn't allow them to go out past their knees. It was that rough.
Yeah, and that was, in some areas, they let people go just about around their knee length.
Mhm.
But at some point in Ocean City, they just shut down.
Yep.
And in part because of thunder and lightning, obviously. But the rip current warnings, those remain in effect through tomorrow evening. Lifeguards saying, please swim between the flags. Make sure there's a lifeguard on duty because they had so many rescues up and down the Jersey Shore. By the way, there's a shore area bridge that is stuck open and now closed to traffic, causing a little bit of a nightmare. So it's the middle thoroughfare 2-mile bridge shut down to vehicles, bikes, even pedestrian traffic due to a motor failure. It's part of an important evacuation route for the southern end of the Wildwoods. This is Cape May.
So you're saying
Cape
it's
May County.
stuck
It's
open?
stuck open.
What is? I'm trying to visualize.
So
that,
if
like
the bridge is stuck open, that means
my
it's not connecting.
Oh,
you can't even walk across the thing.
No. See, I can't. If are there vehicles stuck on it?
No.
Okay. I would hit the panic
Yeah.
button. I would have a nervous breakdown.
Yeah, thank God. And they everybody, they got them off there and
Okay.
all of that good stuff. But there's just a warning. And it is, with the flooding and more storms and rain today, they're just putting that word out there. We have other news of the day as well because there are reports that well over 1,000 protesters were marching outside of Philadelphia City Hall yesterday, calling for a U.S. arms embargo against Israel. And obviously, this is on the eve of the beginning of the DNC in Chicago today. So rallies taking place across the nation. They're calling it the Not Another Bomb campaign. They're calling on the VP, Vice President Kamala Harris, to oppose providing arms to the Israeli government in its war against Hamas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think in the 10 months of these protests, they have converted or flipped one person that was pro-Israel that now all of a sudden it says, you know what? You guys have been very, very diligent and focused on this issue. You've won me over. I'm now on your side. I don't think this has resulted in one person flipping views, right? It's just a look, it's your right, but it's just, I don't think this is necessarily resulting in any positive net gain for their cause.
No, and the negotiations, we're told, are delicate and ongoing, but let us not forget that war, so-called, began October 7th when Hamas-led militants and terrorists attacked southern Israel, attacking civilians at a religious-based festival, music festival, murdering nearly 1,200 people, including women, babies, children, grandparents, unarmed civilians, and taking an estimated 250 hostages to Gaza there. Now, the AP is reporting 111 of those Israeli hostages have not been released, including the bodies of 39 people. The hostages include 15 women and 2 children under the age of 5. And I bring that up because we don't say that enough in the news, but think about it. Those hostages held since October 7th.
I can't imagine what you, I mean, how do you continue to live, right? 10 months in a tunnel in the dark. I mean, I can't imagine
you're thinking that they're still alive.
Right. Well, yeah, sure.
It's believed some are still alive, but you're right. They've confirmed out of the 111 that 39 are deceased.
39 out of 111.
111, they have confirmation.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
So 72 hopefully still alive.
So we'll talk about all of these, frequent demonstrations and how that heats up outside the DNC. But I will say one thing that social media is having some fun with outside the Democratic National Convention. They say it's to highlight the importance of abortion rights and family planning. So Planned Parenthood is offering free vasectomies and abortion medication, abortion pills at this week's Democratic National Convention.
Okay.
Get your vasectomy here.
Yep. Snip them if you got them.
And this is it's being reported by the New York Times. I know Stephen Colbert did a bit outside there, and Fox did a piece. So all the local networks are covering this. But there's a mobile clinic, and it is being set up at the Wiener's Circle right near Chicago's lakefront today and tomorrow. So literally, get your wiener here. So Wiener's Circle is a famous, you know how in Philadelphia we are known for, let's say, Pat and Gino's or the cheesesteak.
Yep.
They're known for their awesome hot dogs and beef hot dogs.
A Chicago dog.
Yes, Chicago dog, right?
Yeah, I like those. I've had a few of those.
And so this is this is on Instagram. I'm quoting their Instagram post. Here we come, Chicago. Planned Parenthood's mobile health clinic will be in the West Loop with Chicago Abortion Fund, and they give the Twitter, whatever logo, and the Wiener's Circle, and that's Monday, August 19th, Tuesday, August 20, providing free vasectomies and free abortion pills.
Okay.
So that's what you can look forward to.
A couple of my guys in my fantasy football league have had vasectomies the last couple of years. I call them now the Stitch Club.
Yeah, I think I'm
next?
I think I'm getting there.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Snip, snip.
Yeah.
You remember the episode of Married with Children when Bundy had to wear the muumuu?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, you can make sure you have loose clothing for a while, Gregory.
I don't know. There's a lot of people that I know that have, had some side effects from it. And I'm just a little nervous. You're not snipped, Kale?
And I never will be.
Never?
No.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Well, can I? All right.
Ask whatever you want. I say way too much anyway. Go ahead.
No. not at 7. Not at 7-Eleven in the morning. Not at 7.
Holy crap!
Not at 7-Eleven in the morning.
All right, we'll do it. We'll revisit this at 9/11.
Hey, Phil Omquist, let's get our popcorn.
I'm just just.
And by the way, Chicago deep dish pizza totally overrated. Too thick, trash.
Oh, come on, it's delicious.
I go Brooklyn
so
style.
Fat.
I want it thinner.
Gross.
But I will say that even the New York Times was reporting it's a vasectomy economy.
Well,
that we're at a record level of vasectomies right now.
When I look at the economy, I've been snipping things off left and right, scaling back everywhere.
So we had reported that former President Donald J. Trump was in Pennsylvania for the big rally. Saturday. Kamala Harris was here. She was in Pittsburgh in the area with her running mate Tim Walz. And I will remind you, 1:00 today, J.D. Vance is here in Philadelphia. The Republican vice presidential candidate, J.D. Vance, expected to talk about the economy at a waste management product manufacturing company. It's right there on Indiana Avenue in North Philadelphia. So J.D. Vance in Philadelphia today, 1 p.m. So we've got all of that going on with, by the way, stormy weather and flood watches and warnings. Still today, we're looking at humid weather for our forecast and possible downpours today. So we'll talk about a change in the forecast. But I got to talk about Macy's. Back to school at Macy's is all about fresh starts and new looks. Save on must-haves like cargos, mini dresses, jeans, and more that'll hold up from day one of school to the last. So you'll also find all the top quality brands you love. Shop Macy's. Make the first day back the best one yet. Check out Macy's.com/back to school today. So thank you, Macy's. I actually bought David's uniform khakis because he has the extra length.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
He's like a 36 length because he's so I bought some of his back to school khakis. I found out on Macy's.com.
There you go.
By the way, and thank you, Macy's, because I'm sure they want to distance themselves from this comment. But Jamar on the YouTube chat asks, are vasectomies now considered gender-affirming care?
Oh,
It's a good question.
Plot thickens.
Like if I went in there and said, "Yeah, I'm doing this because I don't want to be masculine anymore."
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, that's a part of it.
Could I get it covered?
Yeah. You also don't want any more booger monsters running around, draining your wallet.
Do men get with the vasectomies?
Yeah.
Does it affect your hormone levels?
Can't tell you. Don't know. Don't know.
Do you know what I mean? Because you hear women say if they get their tubes tied.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I never did that thing, but like it affects the hormone levels and
Interesting. Yeah.
the whole. I'm not knowledgeable
I
on
try
that.
not
I
to alter my
apologize.
anatomy too
I gotta
much.
say, everything affects women's hormones. Like you
Oh,
don't see dudes being like, "Oh, my."
How do you make a hormone? Sorry.
I see what you did there. Everything affects women's moods. Everything.
Man, Dawn with this mouth the last 10 days.
What?
T words.
HORMONE.
Hormones.
Talking about hormones and DNA and
Yeah.
things of that nature.
Yeah.
You know, Greg Stocker, I will tell you that men have hormones too.
Yeah, we do.
Men get moody.
Yep. I get
And-
moody on the golf course.
See?
Yeah. One
Why, are
bad
you
shot, I start raging.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Raging
Not this
hormones?
weekend, though. A beautiful time at Bluebell.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's right. We were texting
I played
each
with
other.
a member that was that you did a story on in your previous life.
Yes, in my one of my many previous lives,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, I can't wait to hear the update on him and how his sister is doing.
She's doing well. She's doing well. Visually blind, but living life, doing a great job.
This is fascinating for
Sorry.
our listening audience who have no idea what the hell you two are talking about.
If we ever have a slow spot in the content, I'll fill you in on the details.
I'll have to find out. It was
7:15, I'll
Katie
get
Sosnowski.
Prime morning drive or
Villanova.
anything.
No, Katie Sosnowski, if you remember her, Nova. She was, I think, Methacton High School.
Yeah, Villanova
champion
swimmer.
swimmer. And then was in a horrible accident and beat the odds. And way back, I think in my CBS days, I had done a whole feature story on her and just an inspiration.
Yeah, and this was before they allowed men to swim with women in the same
Yeah.
pool, like they do now at Villanova and Penn and these other places. The Leah Thomas days.
So that's our news with weather. Watch the forecast today. 84 degrees today. But after we get through today's storms and rain, flood watches, all of that, it tees us up for some fall-like temperatures, mid-70s the next couple of days, and just beautiful, crisp, lower humidity weather that we're looking forward to. Kayal and Company Newsline.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Coming up in the next segment, we're going to get to Trump, Tulsi Gabbard, Nikki Haley, and July 13th. New details on the agencies that dropped the ball. But I mentioned about 15 minutes ago that Kayal and Company has now expanded into the Big Apple, so to speak. I just wanted to share this email that we got from Joe. And Joe says, I wanted to share with the crew from Kayal and Company that I have enjoyed the show. I live in Warren County, New Jersey, which I believe is the Phillipsburg area, correct?
I mean, it's not just Phillipsburg.
Just
but yes,
Phillipsburg.
It's that area.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he works in Souderton. So he's one of the people that's a Jersey person that doesn't necessarily go into New York, but comes to Pennsylvania to work.
Sure.
And says, I was listening to 710 WOR in the mornings But frankly, I got sick and tired of their morning co-host, the ex-sportscaster, who is a petty, obnoxious, childish liberal who simply spews the DNC talking points every morning. So I looked for a new show and came across yours.
Wow, very nice of him.
Been listening for a few weeks now and enjoy it.
Thank
Regards, Joe.
Thanks, Joe.
That's nice. That's not Larbear's station, is it?
It is.
Is it? Wait a minute. Hold on a second. All right, because we got to get to the other story a little bit later on the other, because New York's got like a bazillion channels.
Yeah.
Wait, he's not referring to Larry in this email.
No.
I don't think so.
No, it's Len Berman.
Oh, okay. Because I thought it might have been Sid Rosenberg. But Sid's on the other station.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know who the hell Len Berman is, but.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
How can you work in sports and not know?
He's an iconic.
Yeah,
Wait, he used to be a
sports. Look, he went to Syracuse, and David wants to apply to Syracuse.
Oh,
So I am sucking up to Len Berman right now.
Well, it's amazing.
It's all about my kid.
Oh, it's like
okay?
it's like the preeminent broadcasting school, that in Northwestern.
Yeah.
Northwestern for journalism, Syracuse for broadcasting. Yeah. Every little young guy that looks like they're 12 now that works for ESPN calling basketball games, they all went to Syracuse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kathy Orr went there too.
Oh, Kathy Orr.
Kathy
okay.
Orr. You know.
Yeah,
Kathy.
I swear to God, I'm not trying to be a jerk. I don't know who. I don't know the name Len Berman. I know Sid, but I don't know Len Berman. He was a sports guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Iconic, like ABC News, I think, for years and years, and yeah.
All right. Very good. Well, we're glad to have Joe from Warren County, New Jersey, who commutes to Souderton, PA.
Thanks, Joe.
That kicked that station to the curb and said, you know what, 1210, you're on my preset.
Thanks, buddy.
But here's what's fascinating about that, because I think we do a good job, and especially Greg does a very good job of making everybody furious and trying to give both sides and trying to give the other side.
Yeah.
You do. You bring it.
Yep.
And so that's just it. That's a show with two conservatives and one liberal, but it turns somebody off. Whereas I really think, like GregStockerSucks.com, think about how much you make people angry, but you do it in a way that.
But I'm not a liberal. I hate both parties equally, and I don't spew the DNC talking points because I hate the DNC.
Wow. Okay.
I also like to push your buttons on.
Here is Greg. Greg just stirs the pot, and some days you get me good because Greg will just wind me up because then he just wants to sip his coffee.
Yep.
Right.
And sometimes he sips it with his microphone on, which creates effect.
It did for the Wawa sponsor. That was perfect.
It's all theater of the mind here on this program.
Thank you very much.
All right, coming up next, I got to take a little bit of a victory lap. It got my weekend off to a great start. I'm glad he did it. I hope there is more to come. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
We buy any car. Why sell your car at WeBuyAnyCar.com? Because selling it yourself can be, well, you know.
Okay, I'll give you half now. And? No, and just half. What?
Avoid the hassle. Come to We Buy Any Car instead. Get in, get out, and get paid at a fair price.
Yeah, I can't do half. I could probably bump it up to 50%. Just go. Okay.
Get your free online valuation now at
WeBuyAnyCar.com. I have a challenge for you. I want you to write down everything that you worry about, from your kids to your bills, from the economy to the election. It would probably be a pretty long list. And when you get to a certain age, you can add retirement to that list. Did you save enough? What do you do about Social Security? Is your money in the right place? And is that 401k going to cause you a tax problem? We all worry about retirement. At Spectrum Wealth Partners, they're offering a complimentary retirement consultation. It's a free meeting to talk through all those concerns. So instead of worrying about retirement, let Spectrum Wealth show you ways to help retire your worries. Call 856-322-8686 or at SpectrumWP.com. And tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
Get your laugh on with me, Chris Jericho, and the Talk is Jericho podcast. We've got Guns N' Roses Hall of Famer Duff McKagan and his joke of the week every Friday, plus regular visits from the hilarious Brad Williams and special appearances by everyone from Gabrielle Fluffy Iglesias, Mark Maron, Dennis Miller, Cheech Marin, Kevin Nealon. If they're funny, they're on Talk is Jericho. So listen to and follow Talk is Jericho now on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Philo's got a world of entertainment for you to explore with just one subscription. Sign up today and start watching all the networks you love, like A&E, MTV, Discovery, Lifetime, Hallmark Channel, and so much more. Featuring current seasons of all the best drama, true crime, reality, and family-friendly shows you can't afford to miss. And with up to 3 streams at once, you'll never have to fight about what to watch. Get started today and unlock our library of over 75,000 movies and shows, and save all your favorites with the unlimited DVR so you can rewatch them anytime, anywhere for up to a year. Philo now includes access to AMC Plus. You can discover your next obsession from its collection of hit originals like Mad Men, The Walking Dead, Killing Eve, Orphan Black, and tons of blockbuster movies. There are no contracts, no commitments, and no hassles. For just $28 a month, Philo's a better way to watch TV. So what are you waiting for? Visit philo.tv and sign up today to start your 7-day free trial. That's philo.tv.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
And now Martha Stewart for Skechers. When I make a dish or embark on a craft project, I always use the finest, most fabulous ingredients and materials. Which is why, when it comes to footwear, I love Skechers. Because Skechers is the comfort technology company and uses the most luxurious, innovative materials and designs to make wondrously comfortable footwear with all the fits and features like Arch Fit and Skechers' world-famous air-cooled memory foam. It's exactly the way I'd make shoes.
Find Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Your official home for Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Listen to every Nittany Lions game on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this summer with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and to find a retailer near you.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
We have a man who's a warrior, a great military person. Dave McCormick is a 7th-generation Pennsylvanian who grew up in Bloomsburg, went to West Point, and earned a Bronze Star for his service in the First Gulf War. Dave went on to an outstanding career in business, and now he's fighting for the people of this Commonwealth, and he loves this Commonwealth.
Conservative Dave McCormick.
We need new leadership. We need a new president in the White House that's going to get our country back on track. We need a new majority in the Senate that's going to be able to take our country in the right direction.
Dave will vote to secure your borders, stand up to China, unleash incredible amounts of Pennsylvania energy, and he wants to stop Bidenflation. David McCormick, you have my total support and my total endorsement, and you got to win. Dave McCormick.
I'm Dave McCormick, and I approve this message.
Paid for by friends of Dave McCormick. www.davemccormickpa.com.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Yeah, Kayal and Company. Cut sheet time is 17 minutes out. But in the meantime, it is Tulsi time. Not my style to brag, pat myself on the back, take a victory lap. But I believe, and yes, she is a very pretty woman. Some would say I'm smitten. Some would say. But I believe it was this respected journalist that said Donald Trump should select Tulsi Gabbard if he's going to choose a female vice president. That's water under the bridge. He did not. But he has now gone to her in regards to an advisory role ahead of the debates against Kamala Harris. That, according to the New York Times, that story coming out on Friday. And I think this is a brilliant move. And Donald Trump has my full support and my full endorsement of this move. So I think this is important because if you guys recall, when we were leading up to the 2020 election and it was primary season, if you recall, and it's back on social media, you can watch the clip. It's gone viral again of Tulsi Gabbard having her way with Kamala Harris in a debate. I think this matters. And being serious for a moment, I think it matters for a multitude of reasons. Number one, she's a former Democrat. She's left the Democrat Party. Number two, she wanted to be Trump's vice president. Trump ultimately chose J.D. Vance. But now you bring in a woman to kind of hopefully help you with penetrating the media protected bubble / shield around Kamala Harris. Because we know what the media has done in the last couple of weeks. He's attacking her. It's, don't bring up the DEI stuff. Don't bring up the gender. Don't call her stupid. Basically, you can't do anything political in nature against Kamala Harris. You got to treat her with kid gloves. That's the way the mainstream media wants you to treat her, or else they will paint Donald Trump as a, orange man bad. So I think bringing in Tulsi Gabbard makes a ton of sense. And I just wanted to read you a couple of statements from the Trump campaign after this came out. Caroline Leavitt, who, as we know, spokeswoman for Trump, said in a statement that Trump has, quote, proven to be one of the best debaters in political history, which is absolutely correct, as evidenced by his knockout blow to Joe Biden. He does not need traditional debate prep, but will continue to meet with respected policy advisors and effective communicators like Tulsi Gabbard, which I think she is. I also think Sarah Huckabee Sanders is a tremendous communicator. That was Dawn's pick. And she successfully dominated Kamala Harris on the debate stage in 2020. Now, according to some advisors, Trump, who has been working behind the scenes and actually spending more time in this election cycle than he did the previous two cycles of 16 and 20 to get trained for debating a female. According to sources, Gabbard brings some, quote, key qualities, plural, for Trump's prep, being that she is a woman, and this is not the first time Trump has gone against a female Democratic nominee, that she is a former House member who has policy experience, and that she has debated Harris on the stage before. They've even also had these mock prep debates where some of Trump's female advisors has served in the role of moderators to kind of get him in, game shape, so to speak, for this debate against Kamala Harris on September 10th. And I think this is really important. I would take it a step further. I would bring in Nikki Haley as well. I think Trump can only do positive things by bringing more females aboard publicly and privately behind the scenes. And I do think the Tulsi Gabbard thing is interesting because she's been placed on this, and I don't even know the proper way to frame it. Is it a terrorist watch list? She's on some sort of bad list from the...
It's ridiculous.
And I'm thinking, that makes me love her even more. Because, what is Tulsi? I mean, former military, she was in the Air Force, I believe. She's a veteran. She's left the Democrat Party. So that sticks in their craw. I saw this come out, and I'll tell you what, Dawn, I know she's not there yet, but I'm sure she would drop everything she's doing at the drop of a dime to join them. I'd bring Sarah Huckabee Sanders. I'd bring Nikki Haley. I would have a coalition of females to help me with my biggest political vulnerability, which is single white liberal women.
Well, I think Tulsi's critical because she's the one that you remember during the debate when Kamala, not so long ago in 2019, was running for president.
Yep.
And Tulsi just undressed her, just took her apart, ripped into her criminal prosecutions, right? I mean,
we
it
have
was just
that. We have that
epic.
if you want to roll it here. This is cut 12, Phil, and then Dawn, I want to get to your point, but I wanted to play that since you mentioned it. This is cut 12, Phil, go.
Congresswoman Gabbard, you took issue with Senator Harris confronting Vice President Biden at the last debate. You called it a, quote, false accusation that Joe Biden is a racist. What's your response?
I want to bring the conversation back to the broken criminal justice system that is disproportionately negatively impacting black and brown people all across this country today. Now, Senator Harris says she's proud of her record as a prosecutor and that she'll be a prosecutor president, but I'm deeply concerned about this record. There are too many examples to cite, but she put over 1,500 people in jail for marijuana violations and then laughed about it when she was asked if she ever smoked marijuana. She blocked evidence. That would have freed an innocent man from death row until the courts forced her to do so. She kept people in prison beyond their sentences to use them as cheap labor for the state of California. And she fought to keep cash bail system in place that impacts poor people in the worst kind of way.
Thank you, Congresswoman. Senator Harris, your response?
As the elected Attorney General of California, I did the work of significantly reforming the criminal justice system of a state of 40 million people, which became a national model for the work that needs to be done. And I am proud of that work. And I am proud of making a decision to not just give fancy speeches or be in a legislative body and give speeches on the floor, but actually doing the work of being in the position to use the power that I had to reform a system that is badly in need of reform. That is why we created initiatives that were about reentering former offenders and getting them counseling. It is why, and because I know that criminal justice system is so broken, that I am an advocate for what we need to do to not only decriminalize, but legalize marijuana in the United States.
I want to bring Congresswoman Gabbard back in. Your response,
The bottom line is, Senator Harris, when you are in a position to make a difference and an impact in these people's lives, you did not. And worse yet, in the case of those who were on death row, innocent people, you actually blocked evidence from being revealed that would have freed them until you were forced to do so. There is no excuse for that. And the people who suffered under your reign as prosecutor, you owe them an apology.
Wow. Senator Harris?
She there you go. She basically put in, not basically, she did put an end to Kamala Harris's presidential bid in 2019.
Yep. Smart to bring her in. I think if Trump takes her advice and then executes it, I wouldn't. You know what? Honestly, Dawn, I think, we talk about Kamala being the copycat. If I'm Trump, I copycat Tulsi there with that right there. And you just basically run a rerun episode of Tulsi ending Kamala's chances for president 5 years ago right there.
Yeah, and Tulsi, here's somebody, and it's, it's snarky for Kamala to say she didn't serve or whatever. Tulsi, remember, the first female combat veteran to run for president.
Mm-hmm.
And so ran, I believe she served 2 tours of duty in the Middle East in Iraq, and she then was a major in the Army National Guard.
Yes, indeed.
So pretty high level there.
Yep,
but
I agree.
She took her apart. And so I think she is the perfect person to do that campaign prep.
Yep. Let me get to this one. I want to play you this. This is
debate prep, I meant.
Yeah. This is clip 19. So you've got Tulsi on board. I'm sure Sarah Huckabee Sanders is available at the drop of a call, a FaceTime, a text. But what about Nikki Haley? She's kind of, somewhat quasi-endorsed Trump. It still feels like there's a rift between the two, justifiably so. But Donald Trump speaking about Nikki Haley and whether or not Nikki would actually go around and campaign for Donald Trump. Clip 19, here was Trump over the weekend on the subject of Nikki Haley.
2 quick questions here. Nikki Haley told our Brett Baer that Republicans need to stop whining about Kamala Harris, focus on courting those independents, those suburban women, the moderates out there. What do you think of that strategy, and would you consider having Nikki Haley on the campaign trail with you?
Sure. I think that we've done very well. I think that we're hitting a nerve. I think this is a different kind of a race. All we have to do is define our opponent as being a communist or a socialist or somebody that's going to destroy our country. I fought Nikki very hard. I beat her in her own state by legendary numbers. And I get along with her fine. I appreciate that she endorsed me and all of that. I think that, I think relatively to what they're doing and how radical they are and how, in many ways, how sick they are, I think I'm doing a very calm campaign. I mean, we're here. There's no shouting. Now, you'll say he ranted and raved, and not you, but some of you will say he ranted and raved. I didn't rant and rave. I'm a very calm person, believe it or not. If I wasn't, I probably wouldn't be around anymore, probably wouldn't be around. But no, I think I appreciate her advice. I have to do it my way. I ran against her, and I did it my way. People said I should maybe do it a different way, but I won in South Carolina by numbers that nobody's ever seen before. It wasn't even close.
Dawn's head just fell off.
I think she's a good woman. I'd love to have her support.
Here's the good part. She's a good woman. I'd love to have her support.
But I'd love to have her go around and campaign.
Yeah.
Just the last
Yes.
10 seconds.
Yes.
I beat her like a dog.
I beat her like Al Baghdadi. She cried like a dog. So, I mean, the end there is really good. The beginning is really good with defining Kamala, because Kamala can't define herself. So it's up to Trump to define her. Stick to the socialist stuff, the communist stuff. Forget the name calling, the nicknames, the DEI. The one day she's this race, the next day she's this ethnicity. But Dawn, your head literally fell off twice in that clip because he's doing the bragging about the South Carolina thing, which probably won't win Nikki over to come out and campaign for him if he's still spiking the football 3 months later.
No, it's not even Nikki, because she knows him. You know what I mean?
Right,
So I don't even think it's her. I think she has said that she would campaign for him. She probably will, because she's
got nothing else to
an
do.
Astute. Well, yeah, she's out of a job.
She's out of work right now.
She worked in his past administrations. She has a thick skin. I don't even think that's a problem, because believe me, if I had worked in his administration and he said that stuff, I'd be like, well, here he goes again.
Right.
You kind of know him and you know what to expect, and he's going to say that. But as far as thinking about, especially women voters and the cat lady voters or whatever, the sensitive, triggered people, why give them any ammunition? And maybe at this point they would never vote for him anyway, so maybe it doesn't matter.
Right.
But why not just do the final 10 seconds of what he said was perfect. So just say that.
I agree.
Just say, hey, this is we had a tough we ran a tough campaign. She's tough as nails. And she was a worthy opponent. But the fact that she's come out and said she would campaign, that's fantastic.
So think about this in a real life, practical setting. Let's say there are females out there that are literally trying to balance, well, I am pro-choice, so I'm kind of against Trump on the Roe v. Wade thing. But damn it, the groceries and everything, trying to pay for my kids and, the economy. I don't know which issue really matters the most. If that female exists in swing states, in battleground areas, this is where I think Tulsi Gabbard, Nikki Haley, other females come into play. The juggling act of abortion versus the economy, right? We've talked about abortion versus immigration. Maybe immigration's not the number one issue for some of these females that are that little sliver still on the fence. But if they're juggling abortion versus economy, maybe Nikki, maybe Tulsi, maybe other females aligned with Trump can be the difference from a messaging standpoint that gets them over the finish line and gets them to vote for Trump.
Maybe so, but the joke of that is that it was the Supreme Court that said with Roe v. Wade that what the Supreme Court and what Trump is saying, first of all, abortion is off the table, and as we said, it wasn't even on the platform for the RNC because Trump has said Roe v. Wade, the abortion issue, is no longer a national federal issue. They put it back to the states. Why did they put it back to the states? Because Congress, wussies in Congress, never wanted to actually pass. If they want to pass some kind of a federal law, Congress should do it. So the Supreme Court of the United States should not do legislation. It should be the Congress. That's that whole ruling. It put it back to the states' rights until Congress maybe can come together and do something. That's all that did. It put it in the proper perspective. So the truth of the matter is Trump has nothing to do with abortion anymore, nor does the executive branch, nor should they. it should go to Congress. That's the truth of it.
855-839-1210 if you want to join the show. Coming up next, it's cut sheet time on a Monday. This one is absolutely loaded. You'll find out what's on it. Coming up next here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Got to talk about your home. When it comes to your home and your kitchen, trust is everything, right? Well, for 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built an impeccable reputation. Why? Well, for transforming kitchens with precision, professionalism, and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes. What about storage solutions? They get the job done and fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. KitchenMagic.com. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation, kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. KitchenMagic.com. Do it. Get this on the calendar. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Is the Mazda CX-50 truly both rugged and refined? Can the CX-5 be both beautiful and invigorating? Is the CX-90 roomy and responsive? And is the CX-30 both stylish and safe? Good questions. Find out with Mazda all summer long.
Visit Piazza Mazda of Westchester and Reading for financing as low as 0% APR for 36 months on select new models.
With NJ Diet, you can lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. They have customers that have lost 37 pounds, 100 pounds, and over 120 pounds, and they've kept it off. You'll have more energy, and you'll probably see better lab results. NJ Diet uses your hair, saliva, and blood work to provide you personalized natural formulas and supplements so you can lose the weight, and DNA testing will help you keep it off. Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. Go to njdiet.com.
Inflation, recession, interest rates, the Fed. How do you make sense of it all? Join Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Get your child or grandchild ready for back to school and a great upcoming school year. Now's the time to call Kathy Ganna and METC. Get a game plan in place. Call the Motivational Educational Tutoring Company. For over 30 years, METC's tutoring studio, founded by educator Kathy Ganna, has helped people of all ages to grow personally and academically. Call Kathy at 215-493-4200. METC offers motivational SAT prep as well as academic skills and leadership training. Now's the time to get assistance for your child to help them succeed. Visit online at metc.com. Call METC's tutoring studio 215-493-4200 or email Kathy directly at info@metc.com. Remember, 1210 listeners get a free 1-hour consultation. Take advantage of this opportunity to help your child get one-on-one help. Call 215-493-4200, 215-493-4200.
At Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, get wholesale club pricing for everyone on the 2024 Jeep Wrangler 4xE. Or choose the 2024 Jeep Compass and lease for as low as $298 per month for 27 months. Go to TriCountyCDJR.com to see our great inventory. We're easy to find off the Limerick exit of 422. Visit TriCountyCDJR.com today for more details and experience the Tri-County difference.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
.746, Kayal and Company as we continue on Odyssey's #1 talk station, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. That's numero uno, not number 17, not number 12, not number 3, #1. It's a fact. Can't argue facts, folks. You can try to, but you'll lose. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, as we continue, more details. July 13th on the way. fake news on the state of the industry coming up as well. We got a lot to get to this morning. And also a very cool story in the Wall Street Journal about American manhood on the ballot this year. We talk about abortion being on the ballot. We talk about a lot of different issues on the ballot. How it could come down to men versus women November 5th. Or actually maybe starting on September 16th here in Pennsylvania. All of that still ahead this morning, but right now let's get to a Monday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
Yes, and we will have the data to back that up by your favorite CNN data guy, Henry Enton.
Enton.
Whatever.
Henry Enton.
Another nerd with too much polling numbers,
And too much
statistics in his
caffeine.
mind. Yeah.
By the way, do you have to be like strung out on caffeine to be a polling guy on TV?
I mean, think of what these guys do for a living. I mean, they study numbers. I mean, they have to be, just my opinion.
Yeah.
But most of them, or a lot of them, have to be kind of on the spectrum, don't they? To really have all those numbers. No, I'm
Autism,
serious.
Kornacki.
To have those numbers. Well, I'm not naming names. I'm just saying that I would think that these guys, to have all those numbers in their head,
Think about how boring your life is. You're a political data polling guy. You sit around all day looking at numbers and charts.
Yep.
And then you get 90 seconds on TV and you're shot out of a cannon.
Yep, exactly. By the way, what's on the cut sheet on this Monday is brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo. Right now, Cherry Hill Volvo is offering a $15,000 discount when leasing any in-stock 2024 XC90 hybrid. They always go the extra mile for their customers at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter, and I miss that. Shot.
Always a big fan of doing the read and then tossing to the can.
Yeah,
That's
and I
like
missed it.
Train broadcast.
Completely missed it.
Well, you nailed the read.
Cut 9 here, Phil, starting off with Cut 9 here. This is courtesy of WGN TV. The DNC, as we know, starting today. Rich Gioli will be broadcasting live from 3 till 7 p.m.
In a padded bunker.
Live from the DNC. By the way, another programming note, Dom Giordano will have on J.D. Vance at noon. So make sure you stay tuned for that. Okay, so apparently now that the DNC is in town, all the buildings and all the businesses are boarding up because civility.
Oh, I thought it was going to be a hurricane or a tornado.
No, it's just the fact that they can't control their people. This is the WGN News Report. Cut 9, Philip, go.
Is set to begin. Area businesses are taking some precautions.
WGN's Andrea Medina shows you how some companies in the Loop are starting to board up ahead of the big event.
Given the uncertainty surrounding next week's convention, businesses are taking steps to prevent potential threats to their property, like looting or vandalism, by adding protection.
We've had zero indication that there would be any protections down in the Loop.
That's why the owner of Sid Jerome Menswear is reinforcing his downtown store by covering up the windows with plywood in anticipation of possible civil unrest and violent protests that may come from the Democratic National Convention next week.
We know from past experiences that something could ensue, so we wanted to be proactive and get ahead of it.
The men's clothing shop is located on Madison Street, which is down the block from City Hall and along the main route to the United Center, where significant gatherings are expected. The owner hopes these measures will be sufficient to prevent potential damages and avoid a repeat of past incidents.
We've been a victim on 4 separate occasions where we've been vandalized or looted. For
it's unbelievable.
Various incidents or events that happened in the city.
They're not alone in their concerns. The Chicago Board of Services says their crews have been actively boarding up storefronts over the past few days
it's a thriving
to mitigate
industry
losses
in Democrat cities. Board up
so
services.
far, they've secured 12 locations around the West Loop, downtown, and Daly Center area, with plans to board up additional businesses this weekend.
We're not pushing it. We're hoping that the city will be comfortable and there will be no unrest. But if you feel that you want your doors boarded, it's better to board them up than to wait and have to board them up and replace glass.
My God.
A spokesperson with the Chicago Loop Alliance indicates that they believe the convention will go off successfully without harming businesses and considers boarding up with plywood to be unnecessary, though they understand why business owners are taking these precautions. Mayor Brandon Johnson is also confident the DNC will proceed smoothly with the support of the Chicago Police Department.
But we're also coordinating with
Secret Service, and other local law enforcement agencies
they help Trump
to
out real
ensure
well.
that we have a vibrant, safe, productive DNC.
The Board Up company says if businesses need something boarded up, they encourage them to do it ahead of the convention, but they say that crews will be available if they need something done next week. Reporting in the Loop, Andrea Medina, WGN News.
So the boarding up industry is thriving these days. You might want to get in before the market pops on that one. The United Center hasn't been this packed since Michael Jordan was playing for the Chicago Bulls. So that'll be interesting. Boy, but how about that? My guy there in his little ritzy menswear store is not going to be able to sell his $2,000 suits because Democrats can't behave.
It's disgraceful.
Yeah.
Like, this is disgraceful. What is happening? Like, these businesses have to literally board up because they're afraid of riots.
So you have to board up your windows. You have to lock down your toiletries in local Walgreens and Targets and Kohl's and things like that, all because, well, it's mostly peaceful, but we can't enforce the laws on the books. And then Brandon Johnson, of all people, is going to come out and says, yeah, I think it's going to be successful.
We'll get to him soon. Yeah. I have a clip from him.
What are the odds that they go virtual at some point? Man, they were legitimately entertaining that idea.
Yeah,
that's
I
true.
say that tongue in cheek, but that was a thought a couple of months ago.
You would think that the backdrop for the DNC, the people planning this would be like, guys, maybe, since Chicago's really Chicago, Philadelphia are really the antithesis of our failed policies. Maybe we shouldn't go there, right?
Yeah, I mean, but what city would you go to that's not? I mean, Minneapolis, disaster. Portland, Seattle, Los Angeles, San Francisco. I mean, there's a common theme with all of these places right now. I don't know. Maybe they go to Birmingham, Alabama.
I don't know, man. They should do it in a cornfield somewhere. You know what I mean? Where there's no looting and rioting. And be like, see, look, everything is peaceful out here in Iowa.
That's correct.
Everybody's talking about 1968.
Mm-hmm.
Will they have, will something bad happen with this convention, with the tensions heating up with these protesters?
Yeah.
You would think that they're going to be prepared for this. You know what I mean? I don't think they were prepared for that in 68.
Well, the Secret Service is on standby, so nothing gets by them.
Tell you what, if I'm a Chicago cop, after everything they've been put through and the defund, this is the party of the defund the police movement.
Yeah.
So let's see, because if I'm a Chicago police officer, I'm not putting my life on the line. I'm going to do my job. But I'm not going above and beyond to put my life in peril.
Agreed.
Because this party has disrespected these very police officers.
If I was a Chicago police officer back in May when I got wind of August 19th through the 22nd, I told my chief or commander, I'm taking a vacation the week of the 19th. I'm going to need some coverage in Precinct 5 because I'm not going to be here for that.
Another news report here. This is courtesy of CBS News Chicago. Apparently, you know how the DNC or Democrats hate building walls and fences because
the only walls they like is Tim.
So they are building walls around the convention.
They love their barricades, don't they?
So people can't get in.
Wait, like a border wall?
Oh yeah, to keep the bad people out.
Yes.
I mean, you would think they would just all of these. By the way, okay, let me just say this: as a programmer, and as my head is always in controversy. I would open up the doors and let these protesters in. Think about the TV. Think about the TV you could get. It would be a ratings bonanza.
It'd be phenomenal.
You know what I mean?
It would be absolutely phenomenal. Be like
they're banging on the doors. Yeah. Open the doors and let them all in.
Be like the Royal Rumble meets Woodstock.
Yeah, exactly. All right, this is Cut 16, Phil. Building walls around the Democrat National Convention. Cut 16, go.
If you look behind me over my shoulder, you'll notice those fences and snowplows in place. We've actually watched all morning as they have started to bring in more metal fencing, more barricades, and these snowplows have been kind of navigating around those barricades and getting into place around the UC. Take a look at some of this video we got earlier this morning. You can see a lot of cars have been turning around already as they're met with these new closures that have been set in place overnight and early this morning.
I love democracy. Like, I wish I was going to the convention, but for the neighborhood, there's been like no communication and very little engagement of the people who are
White
closest
dudes for
to it.
Kamala.
The parking restrictions have changed 3 times in
God.
the last week on our block, and no one's like communicated to us that the protest route actually goes right in
Big
front of our
zit
building.
on his nose.
By the way, that guy is the epitome.
There's your
of
white male
the-
Kamala voter.
the Harris voter.
There you go.
And he knows that it's a complete mess and it's going to be a complete S show.
Yeah.
But it's still like, but I would love to be there.
Yeah.
I would love to be there.
And I'm going to stay home and watch Game of Thrones.
They're beefing up security. They have the National Guard now on standby. You know that, right? 250 members of the Illinois National Guard are on standby. Governor J.B. Pritzker confirms that this morning. And so he's saying they have that going on, and they also have some other private security. So they're beefing up security by the minute this morning.
Rightfully, I mean, they're going to have 100,000 plus pro-Palestinian protesters. This is the creation. This is your love child right here. You know what's amazing too about the hypocrisy of not putting up a wall because a wall is considered racist, but then you're going to put up a wall and a barricade around your own convention. This is right on point. I've been sitting on this story for almost a week. Did you know? I mean, we knew this, that Kamala Harris is one of these people that has come out and said voter ID is racist. She's against voter ID. But did you know that she actually requires identification to enter her rallies?
Oh, yeah.
So you don't need an ID to vote, but you need to prove who you are to attend one of her rallies.
Of course, Nick Kayal, of course.
This party is
amazing.
unbelievable.
It's amazing.
Rules for thee.
Not for me.
A little bit more of this gentleman in this news report. Cut 16. Keep going, Phil.
And that resident telling us that most of the information he's gotten actually is coming from us or other local news outlets. He says his hopes are that over the next few days, there's more direct communication from area law enforcement or even from the Secret Service. And really his concerns, Mugo Audrina, have been echoed by a lot of drivers and neighbors we've talked to in this area this morning. A lot of frustrated drivers, to say the least. We know security will just continue to get tighter as we approach opening day on Monday.
And opening day is underway. They've got their little segregated meetings that they're going to be having today. Not lying. I mean, you can literally see the schedule. It's online. 8:30 they have, I think it's Hispanic, whatever, blah, 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 caucus, blah, 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 blah. Then they have African American. But they literally have it broken down by race, which is like right on par with those college graduations we've covered the last couple of years. A lot of these Ivy League schools and universities doing graduation ceremonies based on race.
Yep.
It's like we're just rewinding to the 50s and the 60s here.
By the way, streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Everybody watching right now. Everybody watching. I see all of you. Everybody watching. Please hit the thumbs up button. Please hit the like button. Also, if you have not done so, please hit the subscribe button. We want to get in people's algorithms. We've had issues with people not being able to find the show. The more people that like it, the more people will find it. This is cut 3, Phil. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson, right? Brandon Johnson?
Yeah, Brandon Johnson.
Was on ABC This Week yesterday talking about the DNC, and he's not worried about the protests, so don't worry. Cut 3, Phil, go.
I'm joined now by the mayor of Chicago, Brandon Johnson. Good morning to you, Mr. Mayor. I know you want to show off your city as you welcome this massive influx of visitors, but there are these planned protests. Are you confident Chicago is ready for this and there will not be chaos?
We are ready for this convention. In fact, the city of Chicago, as you know, has hosted the most conventions in our country's history because it turns out we're actually really good at this. You know, the part that's actually most exciting, though, in this moment is that this is a party that can handle protest and protecting the First Amendment right, which is fundamental to our democracy, while also strengthening our democracy and speaking to the future of our country. Unlike the Republican Party, which is very painful to watch right now. I don't know what's worse, watching the Republican Party or breakdancing at the Olympics.
Tried for the zinger. It didn't work. I'll try to correct it. I'll throw out my own zinger. They're going to be live from the United Center for the next 4 days. But by Thursday, you might want to rebrand it as the Divided Center because you have a divide in that party right now. He wants to talk about the Republican Party being this, that, or the other thing. Right now, and I still think this is a fractured party. They can sell Kamala, Tim Walz, and this media-driven hysteria, but you have rational, logical, moderate liberal Democrats that understand the importance of Israel as our allies. And then you have the progressive left-wing faction that is super pro-Palestine. And I've said this multiple times on the show. I'll say it again. If the Democrats lose on November 5th, I would love the number one reason to be the Israel-Gaza conflict. We could sit there and say, well, it'll be because of the economy, right? Okay, and that'd be great too. I'll take a win any way I can get it. Well, it might be the border. That's good as well. But I would love to see a record number of Jewish Democrats flip and break the record. I think I cited this number for you last week. The highest a Republican has ever got with the Jewish faction is 40%. I gave you a poll. Again, it's only one poll, but Trump is polling at around 43% with Jewish voters. If that number is true across the country, let's say Trump gets 42% of the Jewish vote, that's going to be a big impact in him winning, on top of the other numbers being up, like black voters, Hispanic, you name it.
Cuts 26 here, Phil. We played this earlier, but Brandon Johnson said, don't worry, we can control all the protesters. Well, just the opening ceremonies yesterday where they were welcoming everybody to the DNC. Basically, the only people there are the delegates and the radio producers that are setting up for today's broadcast.
A couple sponsors.
Pro-Palestinian protesters stormed the stage. This is how that looked and sounded. Cut 26, Phil, go.
Y'all can do better than that. Mike, the money!
Take off your mask.
You are funding a genocide. The Harris-Biden administration keeps funding money to Israel.
Wow.
Here's my observation of all of these maniacs that continue to run around and disrupt things. Whether they are protesters, paid protesters, or amateurs, you ever notice that it's either one of two backgrounds? They're either people of the Middle East or they're white liberals like that person on stage. I don't ever see an African-American or Hispanic person running around screaming Free Palestine. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
It is always these uneducated white liberal men or women or whatever that individual identifies as, because there's a lot of costume and makeup and stuff on that individual. By the way, you can get that kit for Halloween this year. If you want to go as a crazy white liberal.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, all you need is a mask, some hair dye, and goofy glasses, and one piercing.
And combat boots.
By the way, if Chicago can handle things so well, why did they have 43 shootings over the weekend and 5 homicides?
Bad.
You think Dawn's news is disheartening when you hear about all the shootings in Philadelphia. You got to see what's going on in Chicago.
Can I tell you something? And I always do look at this stuff. I thought, let's DuckDuckGo and see, is there any kind of a full moon? Guess what? Talk about lunacy.
Yeah.
A rare combination of today, August 19th, a rare combination of a supermoon and a blue moon today.
Wow.
So over Chicago with, tens of thousands of these pro-Palestinian, anti-Jewish, anti-Israel protesters who are gathering there.
Yeah.
You have this rare combination of this full moon, a supermoon and blue moon, and the astrologists are having a field day with it. Just another little offbeat story, but it will be this full moon over Chicago. Will we have lunacy reigning?
We will. I think they have the Michael Jordan bronze statue outside the United Center.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking forward to around 7 o'clock tonight seeing that draped with the Palestinian flag.
Oh, God. I shouldn't take so much joy in other people's misery, but I do. I don't know why. It's a character flaw of mine.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, former President Trump was in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania over the weekend to a massive crowd. So there's as usual with social media, because you can't trust anything you see. There's been a lot of fake videos and fake pictures floating around. This is the actual scene in Wilkes-Barre when Trump took the stage. If you want to see this, Nick, if you want to describe it for the people who can't take the time to see on YouTube, it was a massive crowd. This is when he took the stage. This is cut 17. Phil, go.
Coming up the steps, red carpet. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it's
that place is jammed.
Yeah, it's huge. Yep.
Yep, floor seating filled, 3 tiers. I'm going to guess that arena in Wilkes-Barre, 13, 15,000. Smaller venue, but it's absolutely jammed. Maybe closer to 17 or 18,000.
So a lot of the videos that I saw were like taken, 2 hours, because Trump was late taking the stage, from what I understand.
Right.
It was like taking 2 hours before the event started. So people were like, you can't even fill this. Well, this is clearly filled.
I'm done looking at crowd sizes on social media because of the way people distort their video with the way they film it.
Yeah.
And what time they're recording these videos.
Yeah.
And is it the actual venue that they're at and not an old venue?
Yeah.
Just wait until it comes on TV if you want to see crowd sizes. Don't take your attendance figures from some slapnuts on Twitter. Look at that! What a view!
I mean, this is clearly.
Yeah.
Well, Dan Scavino posted this, so it was,
Right. At least that's an official account.
Yeah, he was there from the.
Scavino's a monster, man. He's all day just posts.
What is this arena? I don't even know where.
I would guess like a minor league hockey team, or maybe that's too big for Wilkes-Barre College. That's a Division III school.
I mean, Phil.
Yeah,
Phil
the
goes
world
to
traveler. He should know.
Phil goes to all these concerts. I'm sure he's seen a concert there.
Yeah, minor league hockey would be my guess.
You think?
I don't know. It's pretty big.
It is.
I mean, it's not the Wells Fargo Center, but it's, I don't know, bigger than the Leah Corus Center for sure.
I don't know, Nick. I mean, yes, it's not the Wells Fargo Center, but what does the Wells Fargo Center hold? 20?
Close to 20.
So that's probably
15,
10,
17,
12. Yeah.
Yeah. It's good size.
Yeah,
it's
for
the
a
middle
huge
of
size.
nowhere off of Route 81. Yeah, not bad.
Yeah.
Hate that area. I can't stand going that way.
The Wilkes-Barre Penguins play there.
Okay,
Thank
so
you, Phil.
that's what I was figuring. I had minor league hockey. Probably the Pittsburgh Penguins minor league operation. They could probably beat the Flyers in real life. Sorry.
But he's smart in these rallies in Pennsylvania to just keep talking about the economy, talk about fracking, talk about the energy jobs.
Oh, yes.
Talk about how much more handsome he is than Kamala.
Did he say that?
Yeah.
Oh, did he really?
I'll get to that in a second.
I gotta side with Kamala on who looks better.
This is
but I'm straight man side.
This is what cut are we at here? This is cut 18. Here's a little bit from the rally. Cut 18, Phil, go.
You will have mass amnesty and citizenship for all. She wants to give all of these people citizenship. In Venezuela, their crime is down 72%. In other countries all over the world, their crime is way down. And in our country, wait till you see the real numbers, because they're not counting migrant crime, which is going to make our crime look like baby stuff. If I win, you will have the largest operation of police to take care of us. They have to take care of us. They want to take care of us. They want to do their job. As Border Patrol wants to do their job. And it's going to start on Inauguration Day, January 20th, 2025. It's going to start immediately.
You know, it's pretty damning to Kamala Harris when the Border Patrol endorses the previous president, not the current administration. On top of all the police unions out there. Yeah, we talked a lot about the union vote and how Trump is doing with union workers, which is different than the union bosses. I think that's a message I would hammer home when I'm delivering anything on immigration, border, and migrant crime, which you're right. It's amazing how they can manipulate the numbers and the data for crime, because you've noticed a lot of these mainstream publications, despite Republican claims, crime, when you don't report certain things, and oh, by the way, a lot of it is committed by people with no identification, those numbers are a bit fudged.
This is the clip I was talking about where he talks that he's better looking than Kamala. This is cut 15. Phil, go.
Okay. She called it wrong. She's called it wrong now for about 8 years. But she said one thing that got me. She said Kamala has one big advantage. She's a very beautiful woman. She's a beautiful woman. So I decided to go back and reread the clause. I'm not saying he's, but I say that I am much better looking than her. I think I'm Much better. Much better. I'm a better-looking person than Kamala. No, I couldn't believe it. She said, I had never heard that one. They said.
There you go.
So now we've got who looks better and who's weirder. We've devolved into what I said for the last couple of weeks. This is like a 10th grade class president election. Now we're at like 6th grade class president, right? Oh, I'm better looking than you. Vote for me. As a straight white man, I'm going to say that Kamala's better looking. That's the only time I'm going to give Kamala the advantage over Trump as a straight white man.
This is cut 5, Phil. Meanwhile, the Harris-Walz campaign were also in Pennsylvania. They were up near Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm.
And
yesterday,
their bus got a nice welcome.
Really?
I love electric school buses.
No, you would be mistaken. This is cut 5. Phil, go.
Trump.
This is the outside the Harris-Walz bus thing. There's probably, I don't know, 100 people.
Look at all those threats to democracy.
Trump signs.
Unbelievable. Were they arrested?
Outside of the Harris-Walz.
Oh, man. Look at all those MAGA Permane Brothers sandwich-loving extremists. Put them all in a broom closet and take away their constitutional rights.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh. But have you noticed the theme here? Kamala caters to the fringes.
Yep.
Well, she does that in real life with her policy, but she's Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia. Trump and Vance, they've gone to those places, but they cater to the rest of the state that is largely red, although J.D. Vance will be in Philadelphia again today. By the way, if I'm J.D. Vance, I just keep going from Philadelphia to Pittsburgh from now until November 5th. Just keep.
Yes.
He needs to get on like a cruiser.
Agreed.
Like remember the old John Madden cruiser bus?
Yep.
He should just be surveilling the entire state of Pennsylvania.
I agree with you.
Leave no town unturned, sir.
Is J.D. Vance going to be here in person for the Dom show?
No.
No? Okay, he's good.
Phoner.
I was just curious because he's speaking at 1. He's scheduled to speak at 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
Probably going to do Dom first.
At noon.
I would think
Ahead
so.
of it,
Yeah,
yeah.
probably right off the top.
I just didn't know if it was in person.
Yeah, I just retweeted it. What time is it? Hold on.
Noon.
Right at noon.
Yep. So he joins us right at the beginning of the show.
Meanwhile, Harris-Walz did a bunch of scripted things over the weekend, like answering phone bank calls for their Pennsylvania field office. They were in Rochester, Pennsylvania.
Maybe they'll answer calls for us at our phone bank for Travis Manion next year.
Totally unscripted, as Walz and Harris are on the phone, and there just happened to be cameras there to catch these two talking to voters. This is cut 14. Phil, go. There's Walz on the phone. There's Harris on the phone. Do you think they're actually talking to anybody?
So they obviously have Kamala's direct cell phone number to call. They didn't even use the old rotary plug-in phones, the landlines.
It's a great point, Nick.
Yep. These are the things I pick up on. Yes, we'll take $25. Check or debit card.
So the Chiron says that they're calling voters. So can you imagine, like, hello? Hi, this is Kamala.
Well, could you imagine if Joe was doing this?
It's on. Hello.
Joe Biden here.
So there you go.
My goodness.
Totally not scripted, guys.
Yeah, they're
totally
in
organic.
Beaver County. Yeah.
Totally organic.
Harris-Walz, Beaver County. By the way, that banner there, that Harris-Walz one on the right side, that powder blue one.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen little AM stations in Allentown, PA, with better wall banners than that thing. Where do they get that created at? A Dollar Tree? Harris-Walz.
Kamala Harris also talked to a Pennsylvania football team. This is cut 23, I think, Phil.
Folks, this might, short of the Don Lemon clip, this could be my favorite clip of the day.
Don't worry, Don Lemon coming up. We have him, Don Lemon, live in Atlantic City.
Oh, this is the best.
All right, so this is Kamala Harris telling a Pennsylvania football team, quote, "You will be undefeated even if you don't win every game."
Okay.
Got it?
Okay.
Cut 23, Phil, go.
And by doing that, and all that requires, which is the hard work, the practice, working as a team, knowing that you will be undefeated even if you don't win every game, but no circumstance or event or moment will defeat your spirit.
Got it?
Undefeated and unburdened. Coach Kamala rallying the troops. Now, can you imagine getting ready to go out and play a game or go to practice after that inspirational speech? Coach, I got shin splints today. Kamala just defeated my ego. I'm going to sit this one out and get ready for the regular season. My God. This is, first of all, no coach has ever said that. Secondly, what a beta campaign. I know we're going to talk about it later in the Wall Street Journal article, but such a beta I mean, what type A male, and I know I'll get a couple of calls, I'm a type A male, I'm going to vote for Kamala because Trump's a scumbag. Okay, cool. But, this campaign does not resonate with dudes. Not at all. I'm telling you, this is men against women, folks. This is the battle to end all battles. This is dogs against cats. This is not necessarily Muslims against Jews. This is men against women, cats against dogs. Let's go. We've been due for this, right? It's time to settle this nonsense. Who is the superior gender, Dawn Stensland? I'm riding with the men, and I think in this case, you need to be on Team Man here.
What?
You have to be on Team Man.
More women vote, guys.
I know.
No, women
That's why
are.
we need to repeal the 19th.
Who did God create last? Who's the pièce de la résistance? Women.
I love when you talk with an accent. Keep going.
Right?
Yeah.
Look at the Bible.
We were throwing around the God card.
There we go.
I'm putting the God card in there. God knows what a woman is. We were the last
That's their journalistic
creation.
instincts.
Right there. I know. Smarty head.
Smarty head. I'm telling you, this election's about men versus women.
Yep.
It really is.
I'm going to get to that.
I don't think it is.
I'm going to get to that. We have scientific.
This election.
We have data. We have data to back it up. Don't send them.
This election, make no mistake, is about the economy.
It should be.
That's what it's about.
Should
That's
be.
what it will come down to.
Hopefully, I pray you were right.
It will not,
ma'am.
Another scripted moment with the Walz-Harris campaign. They went into a Sheetz because that's what Biden did. So let's go into a Sheetz gas station. By the way, low energy Sheetz.
Yeah.
Stop. I know they're up in Pittsburgh. I know they're trying to placate to what's up there.
They're around in the Lehigh Valley, too.
They're no Wawa.
Yeah, thank you. Sheetz is hideous.
Yes.
Anybody who Sheetz, Harris Walls voters go to Sheetz, okay?
Yes. And then
Trump voters go to Wawa.
Yeah, and then they Sheetz themselves later at night. Sheetz to Wawa is like Reebok to Nike.
Yeah.
It's the lesser version.
It's
like Hunt's ketchup to Heinz.
I'm sure I'm going to get a lot of people. I think Sergeant Mark Fu is a Sheetz guy.
Very disappointed.
So he's gonna take
flaw.
umbrage with what I'm saying, but I stand by it because I have bold takes and I stand by them, unlike other people.
Yeah, if you really want to see something,
who hide tweets and pretend like they never said those things. Sorry. This is.
Do you want to expound upon that?
No, I don't. Oh. Cut 25. Buying Doritos.
Okay. Cool Ranch or nacho cheese?
I'm not sure. This is cut 25. He'll go. Doritos. She walks in.
Dougie, there they are.
Oh, there they are, Dougie. Yeah. Teach me how to do
Oh,
it.
it's those cheddar. It's those cheddar.
The nacho cheese.
Yeah, thank you.
The red ones. Yeah, the original.
Oh.
Yep, look at Doug. Oh, no, that's Tim. There's Doug.
There you go.
Doug's got Cheez-Its. He looks like a Cheez-It guy.
I mean, for a campaign that is all about, healthy living and everything, Doritos.
Right. I thought, what are they going to do next? Get a roast beef sub?
It's so cringe, guys.
Yeah.
It's so cringe.
But they're copying what Trump did because he was using all the food props that we talked about.
Well, and when Trump goes into like a fast food chain or a convenience store, there's a massive following. He buys everybody burgers and pizza or whatever, and they try to copy it. And it's just low energy, right? Although I give her credit, she at least went for the better Dorito. Nacho cheese better than Cool Ranch.
Oh, you're a communist.
Totally prepared to die on that hill.
That is a hideous take.
Team Red Bag, baby.
That is hideous. Take your.
The only time Kamala will choose red over blue is with her Doritos. By the way, how'd you like to hang out with Doug Emhoff eating Doritos?
No, thank you.
That sounds like a fun time, huh?
Nope. I have no problems to get.
What a putz.
Also, Kamala was also in Raleigh. I think this was Friday. I'm not sure.
Friday to unveil her economic policy.
So she was talking about her economic policy, and she admits that she's going to get those prices back to where they were under Donald Trump.
Oh, that's a great ad.
Good luck with that.
Trump should just clip this and run this.
This is cut. Where are we here? Sorry, guys. I have like 30 cuts here.
Whoa!
This is cut 7. Phil, go.
As president, I will take on the high costs that matter most to most Americans, like the cost of food.
Yeah, food.
We all know that prices went up during the pandemic when the supply chains shut down and failed.
Yeah.
But our supply chains have now improved, and prices are still too high. A loaf of bread costs 50% more today than it did before the pandemic.
Yeah.
Ground beef is up almost 50%.
Yep.
Vote those people out who are in
Did you stop it? Okay, you stopped it.
Yeah.
I mean, she literally, you know what's amazing to me is, the last time I checked, honey, you're in office now.
Yeah.
You could still start doing it. Why do we have to wait until January 21st, 2025?
Yeah.
Why can't we chip away for the next 5 months at that now? And I was told, I said this earlier this morning. Remember, she was giggling. Bidenomics is working, right? Oh, so it's not working.
Yeah, because what they don't say is that energy prices fuel everything.
Yes.
And so that's why if anybody who knows anything understands that when Trump says we're going to lower all your prices, we're going to drill, baby, drill, and we're going to bring all
starts
that back.
there, right?
Boom, there it is.
Yes.
Because everything has to be what? Shipped.
Yes. It's not just the gas for you when you fill up at Wawa. It's not just your energy prices for your heating and your air conditioning and things like that. Everything is based on energy. And when you've got these nut jobs in there, and now you understand why gas is $3.78, why your cost of heating and cooling your home's up 32%. And I gave you the margins. By the way, there's a lot of small businesses out there with very small profit margins. There was about 12 years ago, I thought about getting out of radio when I was this was 2012. And I told you the story about how my mom's house burnt down after she passed away, and my sister and I got like a big insurance check, and I thought about opening up a beer distributorship. And I talked to a lot of people, and they're like, the profit margins are small. It's only about roughly 18 to 20%. So you got to crank out volume if you want to make money. And I'm just reading over the last 3 days, the grocery stores, their profit margins make the beer industry look massive. They're operating at about 1.5%. Think about that. So they're not price gouging you for their profit margins. They're charging you what it's costing them to stock their stores.
By the way, streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Please, everybody watching right now, please hit the thumbs up button. Please hit the thumbs up button. It'll help get us in people's algorithms, and also hit the subscribe button. If you have not done so, hit that subscribe button. It's all free. You can also, there's like a little bell thing there. You can click that, and it'll alert you whenever we go live, which is most of the day.
By the way, I'm getting texts on the Kamala Harris football speech.
Yeah.
Multiple listeners. I'll just read one from you that texted me. This is Joe. He met us at the bike ride from Atlantic City. He was a big Zioli listener.
Yep.
He goes, when I was in Little League, we lost the final game of the season and the last two. Other than that, we had an undefeated season. Parade through the local town was amazing.
It's amazing. Tell us you don't know sports without telling us you don't know sports. Getting back to Pennsylvania here, Harris Walls were in Pennsylvania again. In front of, it looked like about 25 people, and it was like a weird homemade backdrop. I don't know if you're watching this right now on YouTube. You can see it's like this weird homemade backdrop. But don't worry, the Kamala word salads are back.
Okay.
She talks about the importance of elections. Okay.
The importance.
Follow this train of thought if you can.
Okay.
Cut four, Phil. Go.
And that's what our election is about. Our election is about understanding the importance of this beautiful country of ours in terms of what we stand for around the globe as a democracy.
Okay. D word. Got it.
As a democracy, we know there's a duality to the nature of democracy. On the one hand, incredible strength when it is intact. Yeah. What it does for its people. to protect and defend their rights, their liberty, and their freedom.
And who they vote for.
Incredibly strong.
Yep.
And incredibly fragile.
Got it?
Yeah, I mean, it's to show you how fragile it is. 95% of Democrats can vote for Joe Biden in a primary and still not get what they want. And then they'll subvert democracy, and they install that to tell you about democracy. As they tried to take our guy off the ballot in multiple states.
Yeah.
Democracy, very fragile, yet very strong.
A reporter, I mean, we all sit here, and guys, we all sit here and say that Kamala Harris does no interviews and takes no questions from reporters. But here is her taking a question from a reporter in the crucial PA swing, Pennsylvania, being a swing state. She's in Moon Township, PA. Up near Pennsylvania there, or up near Pittsburgh there, excuse me, I'm losing my train of thought. She struggles to answer after a reporter asked her about her economic policy.
Ooh.
So is this really a preview of things to come? I think this is cut 27, Phil. Cut 27, yes, go.
Economic policies last week. Yeah. Can you explain how you're going to pay for those? And can you give us a sense of what other policies you want to unveil going forward?
Sure. Well, I mean, you just look at it in terms of what we are talking about, for example, around children and the child tax credit and extending the EITC. It's at $6,000 for the first year of a child's life. The return on that investment in terms of what that will do and what it will pay for will be tremendous. We've seen it when we did it in the first year of our administration. We reduced child poverty by over 50%. So that's a lot of the work. And then what we're doing in terms of the tax credits, we know that there's a great return on that investment. And when we increase home ownership in America, what that means in terms of increasing the tax base, not to mention property tax base, what that does to fund schools, again, return on investment. I think it's a mistake for any person who talks about public policy to not critically evaluate how you measure the return on investment. Mm-hmm. When you are strengthening neighborhoods, strengthening communities, and in particular the economy of those communities, and investing in a broad-based economy, everybody benefits, and it pays for itself.
So basically what they're saying is return on investment, investing.
Yeah.
Just count how many times she said that.
Right. It's a big circular word salad, tautological in nature. So she's now an ROI expert. See, this is why they don't let her talk. But here's the reality. And I gave you in the big take this morning, Obama's former economic advisor, Josh Furman, saying how disastrous these policies would be. Also, some of those clips from the CNN and the Washington Post. But so let me understand this, because now I'm genuinely confused.
Yeah.
In 2018, Kamala Harris was opposed to child tax credits. And even just a few weeks ago, J.D. Vance rolled out a $5,000 child tax credit. And now she wants to up it by 17, 18% and make it a $6,000 child tax credit. So she's copying J.D. Vance and policies of 6 years ago that she's been adamantly opposed to. She doesn't have an original thought, Dawn. She either steals your policies or steals them from communist nations where they have failed, such as Argentina, Venezuela, and the Soviet Union.
She has no credibility.
None.
And so what all anybody has to do is do your homework, investigate, look at her policies, and ask yourself, do you really believe that this individual who everywhere was stating one thing, and now she claims that she's going to do exactly what her political opponent is doing and maybe even better it? And so does she have credibility? Who do you believe? Who's the proven winner with the economy? And quite frankly, she's never been in any executive position, whether it's, that's why a lot of times governors become presidents, because at least they've made those executive decisions. She's never employed anybody. She's never run anything. And anything she's been involved with, look at her as a prosecutor. You aired that earlier with Tulsi Gabbard. Mm-hmm. She was a disaster.
Well, I gave you the big take this morning, the latest CBS News YouGov poll on issues. If issues matter to you, it's Trump in a landslide. If it's facts and feelings, it's going to be a different story. If it's men versus women, it's a different story. But Trump leads Kamala on the economy, 56-43. On inflation, he leads 61-38. And on the U.S.-Mexico border, he leads 76-24. If issues matter to you, it's Trump. If the other things about feeling good or abortion, then I guess it's Kamala.
Yeah, and I don't even think that it's necessarily, to me, I wish that Trump Vance would actually say, hey, we're only a one-termer here. We're not running for 2 terms. So we are the ones, you're voting for us to steer the ship away from the rocks.
And we have no time to waste.
And
right?
exactly.
Like
this
Trump
is
has
imminent.
said, like he doesn't have time for revenge. His revenge will be success because he's got to hit the ground running on day one.
Because think about that. It'll be early 2025, and you're trying to steer this ship away from the rocks, away from crashing. And so then really teeing this up to the future of the party. And so and that's why a Tulsi Gabbard, to your point earlier, is important, because to have her as a voice to say, hey, we're looking at the future, and the Democrat Party, for those of you, Jimmy Matthews, this is you, for those of you who have been a member of the Democrat Party left you. You know, Tulsi Gabbard has said that. She said, I didn't join the Republican Party. It's just that my party left me. And I don't recognize this party now that's a far left progressive group.
To be fair, though, there's Republicans that say that about MAGA and Trump. So you can't just do.
Well, let's play their
one
clips.
side.
Let's play their clips and look at their. No, seriously.
To what you're
if you want to
saying,
say
though,
that,
Dawn,
where are their clips, Greg? Let's play them. Let's play those high-profile Republicans who are saying, "Oh, I'm going with Kamala because she's the answer."
To your
Go
point,
ahead,
Dawn,
play the clip.
That's what Tony Bruno always says.
Play the clip.
Tony's like, I'm not a registered Republican. I just can't stand what the Democrat Party's become. Tony will join us Wednesday.
Play the clip, Greg. Where is it? Who is it?
Yeah, Greg.
Kinzinger,
yeah, Greg.
that little wuss from Illinois.
Well, just because you don't agree with them doesn't mean just because you don't agree with them doesn't mean.
No, play the clip. Where's the clip? Where are they? Where are those genius former Republicans who joined the Dem Party? They're losers, right? Who are they? Who are they? Play the clip.
You make no sense. You make no sense. You make no sense. It's just like
I am making play the clip then. Okay. Prove me wrong. Jump on me. Go for it. That's what we do here. Play the clip. Where are these successful right-thinking Republicans
all I
left
said,
the Republican Party?
All I said was that
help me out here.
That the same people who say the Democratic Party left me, and yes, there are a lot of people that say that
who are sane, rational people.
There's also Republicans that says the Republicans have left.
Play their clip, my friend. You're the master of the clip. Play the clip.
Oh,
any
we
other
hit that hard?
How many former Trump advisors and Trump people are getting on the Trump bandwagon now? Not a
play
ton,
their
right?
clips.
Okay.
Play their. Oh no, they're all jumping on.
Phil,
they're all
Phil, take me out of box one. Phil,
there's a whole Lincoln Project. There's a whole Lincoln Project that goes after.
Oh, those pedophile. Weren't they a pedophile backing group? The Lincoln Project. Oh, Kellyanne Conway's ex-toad husband. Really? You're going to tout him? The big toad?
The big toad.
Look, I'm not for divorce. I'm just saying Kellyanne must have kissed that guy thinking he turned into a prince.
I'm not against
it. But he's a toad.
I mean, maybe. Okay, maybe.
Really, you're naming the Lincoln Project? Seriously, weren't they a bunch of pedophiles? They had to purge that mess.
Look, you're making it sound like I'm defending these people. I'm just telling you that you can't say one without saying the other, because there are a lot of Republicans that aren't MAGA.
Okay, so you named who? The Toad? Adam Kinzinger, or whatever his name is.
I didn't name any of those people.
From Illinois. Well, who? Liz Cheney? Who?
Got the wiener.
Air their clip.
Is Mike Pence supporting Trump? Is George W. Bush supporting Trump? Is Mitt Romney supporting Trump?
Wait, are you referring to just like
Jeb
the never
Bush supporting Trump?
The never Trump voter out there?
Yes.
Oh, well, yeah, that faction.
Yes,
absolutely.
that's all I'm saying. And Dawn jumps down my throat. Play the clips! Play the clips! Play the clips! Play the clips!
I was so caught up in the style of your confrontation that I almost lost track of what the
he's the master of the clips. He's always playing all the clips. He has the evidence and the receipts. So play all of these. Play all your clips. Play it.
We need to expand the merch shop. And we need a stalker T-shirt that says "Master of the Clips." I know at least 3 people that would buy it.
And George P. Bush did endorse Trump.
George P. Bush?
Mm-hmm. son of Jeb.
How many Bushes are there?
Too many.
My God.
No, I do.
How many are
as
war
far
criminals?
as the Bush family,
Yeah,
as far as the Bush family,
they're like
I
the
wish
Samoans in the WWE. There's a million of them. They're all
I
from
wish
same
the Bush family could, come forth.
Well, the closest thing you get to the Bush family these days are Nikki Haley.
What did George P. Bush? Democrats may cheer. Here's his latest tweet or his X. Democrats may cheer inflation returning to quote normal levels, but this new reality of high prices has hurt Americans. And he goes on. So that's George Bush, who is the future of, the Bush family, and because he's been in politics, that's what he's supporting Trump, and he has endorsed Trump.
What's the P? What's the P stand for, by the way?
Patrick. I don't know his middle name.
So one Bush is supporting.
Hey, I think in my world, one Bush is too many.
You talking about the female vote, or are you talking about the Bush?
Yeah, I'll leave that up to you guys.
The wife of Corey Comparator did an interview. I'm sorry, with Action News Channel 4 in Pittsburgh.
Big investigation.
They this I believe is the first time she's spoken.
Correct.
Since this whole tragedy happened on July 13th, where her husband was murdered by some scumbag. Let's start with cut 21. Phil, go.
Corey's firefighter gear was displayed at the Republican National Convention, which was a special honor.
That was an honor. That was a big honor. Yeah, that was a big honor. I'll tell you why. All day at the rally, my husband kept saying, he's going to call me up on stage. You're going to hear him. He's going to say, Corey, come on up here. Corey, get up here. He was just joking, obviously, but he kept saying that. You're going to get up. He's going to call me up on stage. And we were all like, there's his moment. He's up on stage. So, yeah. He got his moment on stage.
Yeah, that's just awful. I mean, I don't think she ever thought in a million years that her husband would go to a rally and he would not come home.
This is more from that interview. Their family has hired a team to investigate the Butler rally.
Good.
Cut 6, Phil, go.
To get answers to what happened, she's hired an attorney to help her find answers and get justice.
I want justice for my husband, and I'm going to get it.
They specifically want answers from security at the rally.
I just want them to know that I really think my dad's blood is on their hands, and I hope they wake up every day thinking about what they took from our family, because we have to wake up every day and see that image of our father in our head, and no child should ever have to see that.
Yeah, just absolutely awful. We will give you some of the new details from the July 13th shooting, courtesy of ABC, coming up after the cut sheet. Wow, that's just rough.
Don Lemon.
Oh, yeah, let's end on a high note.
Was in Atlantic City asking people who they're voting for, or maybe it was just something as simple as Trump or Kamala. I don't know.
By the way, you feel bad for our guy going from $68 million a year at CNN to doing something that radio producers do, trying to get their foot in the door?
Man on the streets.
Yeah. Hard times for Mr. Limon.
It is. Cut 1, Phil. Go.
Here in Jersey, Atlantic City. Who do you support? I'll plead the fifth.
Trump for the win.
Tell me why.
I can't really call that right now, but I just feel like she's not good for president. She's good vice, but not for the actual lead role for the country.
Does it have anything to do with being a woman?
No. No, because I feel like women, nah, you're not going to give me that.
Your money's on Harris.
Yeah.
Who do you want?
Trump.
Why don't you like Harris?
She don't have any experience.
She's the vice president. She's a senator.
Yeah, no experience. She has no experience.
Well, I want Donald Trump. I just feel we need somebody that has a stronger background with the military and the world in general.
She was a prosecutor and attorney general, and a senator, and a vice president. You're in a gambling town. Who's your money on?
I'm going to support the Democratic Party, but, Trump looked like he got it in the bag right now.
4 years ago, it was a lot better. I made a lot more money than I do now.
I know you feel that way, but that's not actually what the record shows. The economy is actually better under Biden.
Look at the guy laugh.
No, I'm serious.
Yeah.
That's what the facts show.
Sure, when you make Don Lemon money.
No, that's not because I watched CNN. Trump or Harris? Trump. That's who's going to win.
That's who's going to win.
Who you support?
I support Trump. All the people that came to this country legally, it's not fair that they're letting all 10,000 to 15,000 people or 20,000 people here
Million, not
illegally.
thousand.
Have you seen San Diego? They're coming off the boats, off the water right here, off the ocean. Did you know Biden was flying them in? Did you know Biden was flying them in? You didn't know that?
Oh, I know nobody likes him, but we had good times with Donald Trump. Our economy was good. Life was good.
But you know the economy's better under Biden than Trump. That's what the stats show. That's what the facts show.
Well, you know what? I don't know where they're getting their facts, but I don't think they're valid. I don't know where their facts are coming from.
Yeah. Amen, sister. By the way, I love how that guy goes, yeah, you probably got that from watching CNN. Do you think he was aware of he's being interviewed by a former CNN anchor? My guess is Don Lemon's probably not watching much CNN these days. Poor guy relegated to the boardwalk in Atlantic City.
Well, he thought that he was going to have a big viral moment. And he clearly, was focusing, he was grabbing, I think, a diversity of people, but a lot of African-American men.
Yes, yeah, and they all voted for Trump.
And that's something that nobody wants to talk about, and that is, especially the African-American male vote, is going to Trump. And that's what he just proved. He didn't mean to. But the one guy laughing at him, hysterically just laughing, that was awesome.
Yeah. Kudos to, I got to at least give Don Lemon credit here because that is from his social media feed. He could have easily have canned that and said, you know what, it didn't go the way I thought. Maybe we don't post it, but he posted it anyway, and it wasn't really flattery of the Democratic Party.
It's a good point.
That's a great point.
So, that it?
No.
Oh, okay.
He's the master of the clips. Do you think that he would ever?
Oh, God.
Well, I know there's more coming up at 9:30.
Out of me. Good God.
He's dragging you, man. You're on the back of her minivan right now, just hanging on for dear life.
Play the clips for somebody who can't find clips. Okay. Give me a break. CNN's Harry Enton predicts historic gender gap. You talked about this with the Wall Street Journal. The Wall Street Journal article, Men versus Women. We said that this election is going to come down to men versus women. So this is the new, these are the numbers. So this is how CNN did this over the weekend. This is cut 2. Phil, go.
With Kamala Harris at the top of the ticket, the presidential race has reset. But how much has it reset in terms of the gender gap among voters? That is what our Harry Enton has been looking at for you this morning, and he is here with us now. So set the scene. How are men and women responding to Harris? What's the big reason why Harris is gaining in the polls?
Yeah, all right. It's the gender gap. It's something we've spoken about in politics for a long period of time, and we're really seeing it here. All right, let's take a look at the national polls first. This is Democrat versus Trump margin, and I want to point out this is average across the same pollsters. Look at Biden versus Trump, women and men. What we see here is the gender gap is working in Donald Trump's advantage. He holds a 9-point advantage among men against Joe Biden, and Joe Biden only held a full 4-point advantage among women. But take a look now. Look at how the race has changed. Instead of having a 4-point advantage among women as Biden did, look at Harris's advantage. It leaps up to 11 points. In fact, men haven't changed their voting patterns at all, at least in the national polls. A 9-point advantage for Donald Trump versus Joe Biden, a 9-point advantage against Kamala Harris. What has occurred is women voters are flocking to the Democratic ticket. Look at that. Look at that. 4 points versus 11 points. That is the reason that Kamala Harris has turned this race around.
You said this is nationally, right?
This is national.
So what about in swing states?
What's going on in the swing states? So let's take a look at those Great Lake battleground states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. This is among registered voters. What do we see here? It's a very similar picture.
9
Biden
points.
versus Trump women. Biden has a larger advantage in those Great Lake battleground states, according to those New York Times Siena College polls, at 10 points. But again, that surge among women, we're seeing the same thing in those battleground states as we saw nationally. Kamala Harris up 17 points among women. Men, very little change. Donald Trump doing a little bit worse, but still a very clear advantage. But the same story in the swing states as we see nationally. The gender gap was working for Donald Trump against Joe Biden, and now it's working against him against Kamala Harris.
Is this the same, smaller, or bigger than? Can you put it in context? I mean, is it the same that we normally see?
Yeah. All right. So let's take a look. Let's go through time, particularly here. All right. This is the Democrat versus the Republican for president. Again, these are these key Great Lake battleground states, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. 2020 and 2016 are final. These are the exit polls.
Yeah.
2024 is now. Look at the women margin. Look at what's going on here. Look how much better Kamala Harris is doing among women voters. It was 11 points Hillary Clinton back in 2016, 13 points in 2020. Look at this margin now, 17 points. Interestingly, the gender gap becoming wider over time. It's much wider this year than what we're normally expecting. Because, in fact, Donald Trump is winning men voters by 15 points. That's better than he did in 2020 in these same states, and it's even better than he did in 2016, although just slightly better. But the bottom line here is Kamala Harris is winning this race right now, at least in these key battleground states, because of what she's doing with women voters. Women voters are energized, and it is the reason that Kamala Harris turned a deficit that Joe Biden had into a lead.
And also, just really quick, when we talk about we do not know, because there's a lot that goes into it, that this is because she's a woman. It's just their support for her.
Correct.
Yeah.
We don't know. We don't necessarily know the reason. We just know she's doing better with women voters, significantly better than Joe Biden was, and better than either Joe Biden or Hillary Clinton did back in 2016.
Fascinating.
And this is why I mentioned Tulsi Gabbard. This is why Dawn has mentioned Sarah Huckabee Sanders. This is why I'm glad he brought Tulsi on to get him ready for the debate prep against Kamala. This is why I think Nikki Haley would make an impact. Is nothing has changed except for the name and the gender atop the ticket.
Yep.
It's the same failed policies, perhaps even worse, which is hard to fathom. And that is what I think is the scariest part of all of this, is that Kamala Harris is bringing in more women than before without really sharing what her vision is, and whatever visions she has, they are either communist ideas or stolen from Trump, and it doesn't matter. There's just an uptick in energized females that policy be damned, results be damned. They just want Orange Man gone. That is the absurd simplicity of this election.
Well, let's just see it all. Let's just see what happens, because I think that after this week, because they have this energy, and then we have all of these protesters who are moving in the DNC. We have the National Guard. So let's just see. I mean, I understand energy, excitement, everything, but let's just see what happens after this week. I predict it fizzles out. This excitement, all this energy, because at the end of the day, it's like, rah, 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 because she's going to have to speak.
Mm-hmm.
And after September 10th, that first presidential debate,
Yep.
when she gets clobbered.
That's what I said in the big take. And you mentioned she can't keep hiding.
Yep.
She has to come out. I mean, that's exactly what Smirkanish said. She's been given a free ride. But that free ride's coming to an end. You're about ready to get off. You're going to have to unfasten your seatbelt, get out, and you're going to have to pay Uber or Lyft, right?
Mm-hmm. And you think about, so Michael Smirkanish, and you think about what he's famous for here he was the big talker. He went to the other side because he supported Obama, right? So let's think about that Obama supporter and the energy that Obama did have, hope and change. And what's her thing? Joy and fantasy, or what's her thing? Joy and whatever her second. She's trying to emulate Obama. She's no Obama.
No.
She's not getting that level of excitement. And you just played Don Lemon interviewing especially African-American men, when Don Lemon clearly expected that the African-American men that he was having the conversation with were gonna be the same people who were excited about Barack Obama. She's no Barack Obama.
She's no Josh Shapiro.
They're trying to paint her as as Obama, though,
Yes.
because that picture, that hope and change picture that everybody remembers from 2008,
It's like
where
posterized.
It's a posterized with red and blue and everything. They've done the same thing to her, so they're trying to, because it's a bunch of former Obama advisors that are on her campaign. So they're all trying to, make 2008 happen again.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
And by the way, I know it's Joe Biden. It's his big day because they're going to celebrate him and then basically say bye-bye, right? As they chew him up and spit him out, which I think to your base is the base might not be happy with at the end of the week, especially when we talk about the delicate negotiations in Gaza and that she was problematic with her conversation with Bibi, with Netanyahu. So let's think about Obama. Is Obama going to have a big night at the DNC? Because I think he is a rock star in the Democrat Party.
He's Tuesday.
He's Tuesday?
He's night number 2.
So what does he carry? I mean, I almost feel like My feeling is Obama is much like Springsteen in Philadelphia the night before the election for Hillary. And Obama was here too for Hillary. Yep. I don't see the same people who were so excited and psyched over Obama. I don't see that level of energy carrying her to victory.
Yeah, you have Hillary and Joe and Jill tonight. You have Doug Emhoff and Obama tomorrow. I had it printed out, but I threw it in the trash can. And then Walz on Wednesday, Kamala Thursday.
Yeah. So excitement tonight leading up. And it's going to be tearful, and they're all going to be crying and kumbaya, and then bye-bye, Joe. And then tomorrow, Obama, and everybody's going to be so fired up. And
well, Joe could derail it tonight with a total disaster of a speech where he's hemming and hawing and loses his train of thought.
I don't think he will.
Anyway.
I think that he'll look good, and I think a lot of people are going to look at him and go, well, what was so wrong with Joe? He looks pretty good. And then tomorrow, everybody in the Democrat Party is going to go, and maybe some of those never-Trumpers that Greg talked about earlier, that he didn't have any audio on his master of the clip sheet, but they're all going to go like, Obama, we love you.
Do you want to rebrand it from what's on the cut sheet to master of the clip sheet?
I'm just curious, what clips was I supposed to be pulling out of my butt?
They don't exist. That was my point.
For what, though? For what?
Because you were saying, you were saying something to the effect of, well, to be fair, there are those who are Republicans who aren't going to vote for Trump.
Yeah, and
who are
Nikki Haley proved that. Nikki
Haley has said, I will campaign for him. I endorse him. She came out very strongly.
During the primary. You think all those people are going to go back to Trump after they voted for Nikki Haley?
Yes.
Okay.
I do.
Okay.
I think there were never Trumpers and Democrats who were in open, were playing that. They were going both ways type thing.
Yeah.
But no, I don't
think...
So
everybody who voted for Nikki Haley is voting for Trump, according to Dawn Stensland,
who is a registered Republican. The registered Republicans who were for Nikki are, at the end of the day, I think that
I have a handful of them. I have a handful in my family that won't vote for him. So, there goes.
And they're registered Republicans.
Yes.
And I think at the end of the day, when they look at this economy... and they say to themselves,
they're not going to vote.
He's a one-term guy.
They're not going to vote. Like, they might not vote for her, but they're not going to vote for president, or they'll vote for RFK or something. You know what I mean?
Okay. I mean,
throws bears.
I'm going to have faith in the American people. At the end of the day, when you look at a guy who's in one term, that's why it's wise that he widens. That's why he should bring George P. Bush. That's why he is wise to bring in Tulsi. That's why he is wise to bring in Nikki Haley closer. And why at the last minute after he was shot, he had Nikki speak at the RNC. All of that to broaden the tent and bring in all these people, especially women for Trump. And that's why Corey Lewandowski, the one thing he did well when he was helping out with the Trump camp under Kellyanne Conway, but you booked the events, the Women for Trump events that you booked, Greg Stocker.
Yeah,
those kinds of things are very wise for Trump right now to just remind everybody he's a one-term guy, and Republicans need to come in under a broad tent and just fix the economy.
By the way, one last quick note on the DNC. It's I said earlier, it feels very low energy with their guests, short of Obama.
Yeah.
But let's remember, Republicans brought in Kid Rock. They brought in Hulk Hogan. And what has Kamala been doing at some of these rallies, bringing in music acts? I think there will be a multitude of unannounced guests that are surprises to add some juice to it.
Yeah.
Because I'm not sure that Hillary and Bill are going to rile up the crowd.
There's definitely going to be surprises.
And I know she has Beyonce, but what about the Swifties? And what about Taylor Swift?
I got to deal with her before football season now.
All right, we really have to break.
Well, that was a cut sheet and a half.
I know.
All right. Dawn's Big Three on the way, and new details from July 13th. Kayal and Company. Back after this, we'll get to Master of the Clip Sheet Part 2 in about 35 minutes.
You've heard us talk a lot about FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sports book. Well, we have something a little different for you. Now, through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can get $5 and get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. It's amazing. I have Sunday Ticket on YouTube TV. It is an amazing, amazing thing. They have multi-screens. You can watch a bunch of games. It's really cool. Then, with a YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel anytime. All you have to do this right now. Go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to download America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT, 21 and over, President PA. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds, terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
We have a man who's a warrior, a great military person. Dave McCormick is a 7th-generation Pennsylvanian who grew up in Bloomsburg, went to West Point, and earned a Bronze Star for his service in the First Gulf War. Dave went on to an outstanding career in business, and now he's fighting for the people of this Commonwealth, and he loves this Commonwealth.
Conservative Dave McCormick.
We need new leadership. We need a new president in the White House that's going to get our country back on track. We need a new majority in the Senate that's going to be able to take our country in the right direction.
Dave will vote to secure your borders, stand up to China, unleash incredible amounts of Pennsylvania energy, and he wants to stop Bidenflation. David McCormick, you have my total support and my total endorsement, and you got to win. Dave McCormick.
I'm Dave McCormick, and I approve this message.
Paid for by friends of Dave McCormick. www.davemccormickpa.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121, 800-329-2121, 800-329-2121.
For eligible individuals 18 and older only. Results vary. See website for details and important safety information.
How are your hearing aids sounding now? A little tinny. Okay, 2 seconds. With Jabra Enhanced Select's premium package, better hearing doesn't happen in a doctor's office. It happens at home, all done remotely from initial testing to adjustments.
How are they sounding now?
Fantastic. So much better.
You get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional support you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. And if you have any issues, we'll make adjustments 7 days a week, no charge.
Oh, you people are wonderful.
Our premium package includes hearing aids, 3 years of follow-up care, plus a 3-year warranty with loss and damage coverage, and a 100-day money-back guarantee.
I hear better than I ever thought possible.
Save $300 on Enhanced Select 500 hearing aids automatically at checkout. Just go to JabraEnhance.com/try. That's JABRA Enhance.com/try. JabraEnhance.com/try.
Labor Day signals that fall is fast approaching. Apple picking, fall leaves, and chilly nights are on the horizon. With Legacy Box, you can cozy up and watch something special this fall. Your family's home movies. Legacy Box is the simple, safe, all-inclusive solution for preserving your family's memories trapped on videotapes, film, even photos. After 10 years in business, Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer. They've helped over 1 million families relive their wedding days, babies' first steps, and family road trips. Just fill Legacy Box with your VHS tapes, film reels, or pictures. Legacy Box digitizes it all by hand right here in the USA, and then sends it back on a thumb drive or the cloud. Future-proof your recorded moments today so you can gather the family and begin the trip down memory lane. Plus, for a limited time, they're offering 55% off. Go to legacybox.com/value to get 55% off. That's legacybox.com/value.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7. And we guarantee, if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. When you use Angie for your home projects, you know all your jobs will be done well. Roof repair? Done well. Kitchen sink install? Done well. Deck upgrades? Done well. Electrical upgrade? Done well. Angie's been connecting homeowners with skilled pros for nearly 30 years, so we know the difference between done and done well. Hire high-quality, certified pros at Angie.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at the Sellersville Theater in Sellersville, PA. Saturday, November 1st with Norm Clark and Vince Valentine. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, Clementon. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Oh, yeah, Kayal and Company, a little Freeze Frame Monday as we continue. My girls danced to this one time in Tennessee.
Aww.
At a convention. Not a convention. Competition, yeah. I got DNC on the brain, Dawn. DNC on the brain.
By the way, nobody's allowed to pick on my work husband. Only I'm allowed to pick on the master of the clips, Greg Stocker.
That's right.
I love him.
Right. So
I get to pick on him, not you. So there. I'm going to pick on everybody.
Tell that to the
I'm
chat.
Fired up.
Are you picking on me?
Are
you picking on me? I mean, you're the one who made.
She's attacking.
You're the one who made the absurd statement that there's absolutely no Republican that is going to vote for Kamala over Trump. Like that's just. I mean, it's just.
If you're going to say if you're going to say like Liz Cheney Republican, a rhino, they're not a true Republican anyway. But Liz Cheney and what's his wussy Kinzinger from Illinois, that type. And that's and by the way, you're voting against your country and you're voting against your neighbor and you're voting against your economy and your future if you claim you're a Republican and you're going to withhold your vote.
That's unfair.
Shame on you.
Or some of those people that are going to try to vote for Kamala Harris, which, by the way, speaking of them, we'll get to Dawn's Big Three here in just a moment. I just read a story during the commercial that Kamala Harris is targeting a new group now. She's actually going after Fox News viewers.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
She's airing a ton of commercials that are very well done commercials.
Almost like she knows that there's going to be some Republicans that might want to vote for her.
She can hope. Keep hope alive, Kamala. Good luck with that.
Yeah. All right, 9-0. Go ahead. Go ahead. No, if you want to keep fighting, crush it. Keep firing. You guys can fight all day.
I have
radio.
no problem. If somebody if they feel one way or another about a candidate and they say, hey, I like Harris. I like her. I think she'd be a fantastic president. I believe in her. Then that's you be you.
Yeah.
But that's not what I'm talking about. If somebody just
Hey, EKZ, go find another radio show, dude. Thank you.
What's EJ saying?
It's just like these stupid people. Good God. All right. I'm
I'm
sorry,
not.
go-
I'm
go
not
on.
saying anybody's stupid. I'm
No,
not
no,
even
I
saying
am.
that.
I am.
I'm saying be a well-educated voter and vote because you believe passionately that the person you're voting for will be a good president. But to vote against somebody because you didn't like the way he tweeted back in the day, or because he says stuff that doesn't mean anything at his rally when he's riffing and he's trying to create some entertainment for a huge crowd.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what his policy is like. And if you can't, parse through that difference, that's on you.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
By the way, I saw something great yesterday at the outlets. We're in the Old Navy store, and my daughters are trying on the 13,000th pair of pants, and I'm just standing there
God
holding all
bless
the
you.
bags, and this guy comes by with his girlfriend. They're probably in their late 20s, and he's got a black trucker hat on that says Trump Vance. I walk up to him, and I go, hey, by the way, that thing on your head is the best piece of apparel in this entire store.
Woo! He probably loved it.
Yeah, he just gave me like the wink. He was like, yeah, I'm just going to keep going low key here, buddy.
He's probably a listener.
Don't raise your voice too loud. No, I don't know that he noticed that, but it was good to see amongst all the chaos going on. All right, 9:06. Let's find out what's going on in the world of news, and then we'll get to July 13th details in just a moment. Dawn Stenzelin's Big 3 at 9.
It's the Big 3 and 9 on Kayal and Company.
Big 3 at 9. We are sponsored this morning in our Big 3 by Macy's. So let's talk about it as we've talked about the DNC. And what about the huge IUD? So earlier we had the big wiener circle that's at the DNC, and they're giving out apparently free vasectomies.
Phil's got the picture up, Dawn. Look, it's on
Thank
YouTube.
you, Phil. You rock, Phil.
What is
he's
that?
The best.
It's a big wiener.
No, this is not the big wiener.
Oh, what is that?
This is a big. This is an IUD.
Yeah, that's what an IUD. I guess I've told. Looks like.
That's what they look like.
The Democrats brought this huge inflatable IUD. Its name is Frida Womb. Get it? Free the womb,
So
like Frida Womb.
Trump brings Cheerios to a rally and groceries on a stage, and the Democrats bring IUDs. Okay.
So this is one of their big exhibits. And if you're watching on YouTube, you can see it's like a big white.
By the way, it looks like some freaky thing.
Looks like my old tire pump for my bike.
If you're into threesomes,
looks like a big T with a.
Look at it. I'm not. Look. Yeah. Maybe my mind's in the gutter. I don't care. But it looks like two.
Is that an inner tube at the bottom?
It looks like two phalluses, doesn't it?
At first, I thought it was imagine if you were caulking.
Yeah.
And you had like a big caulker, and then the caulk went in two ways.
Caulking.
So it kind of looks like. At first, I was like, "What are they promoting? Like home fix-it DIY stuff?" And then they were like, "No, it's an IUD."
It's not the size of your
DNC.
caulk that matters. It's how you use it.
It's true. It's true.
Oh boy. We did have, speaking of the DNC, more than 1,000 of these protesters marching outside Philadelphia City Hall yesterday, calling for this U.S. arms embargo against Israel ahead of today's beginning of the DNC. So rallies across the country, they're naming this Not Another Bomb and naming Kamala as Killer Kamala. That's one of these names that they're chanting, the signs at the DNC. A lot of opposition to her policy, apparently. But here in Philadelphia, they were saying, hey, we want to give her the benefit of the doubt. We want to pressure her to do the right thing and disarm Israel. That ahead of today's DNC. And at the same time, we do have Illinois' governor calling in the National Guard to be on standby as they are expecting potential violence.
Yes, Peter S., you're correct. Use the black caulk. Always use the black caulk.
Gotcha. So you have a part of her party that calls her Killer Kamala for the genocide, and then you have the Washington Post calling her Comrade Kamala.
Yes.
Boy, and she's the runaway favorite. Okay.
Yeah. So
what a time to be alive.
Yeah.
Who said she's the runaway favorite?
Some people think it's over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, even if you're going by polls, which nobody should.
Yeah. But no, there's
it's
people
still
out
a
there.
statistical tie.
Oh yeah, no, there's people out there that think that she's got it in the bag, and then you heard the other guy on our cut sheet this morning on the boardwalk that said Trump's got it in the bag. I got news for you folks. Nobody has it.
Nobody has it in the bag. Nobody has it in the bag.
Sorry
Stop.
to break both fringe
Stop with
bubbles.
that. It's going to come down to the next How many days? Good God.
79? Are we under the 80
Oh,
mark?
my Lord.
I feel like we were
Just
stuck on
forever.
85 for like a week.
Just forever.
Yeah.
But the next, my gosh, until November 5th, it's going to feel like a year.
I know.
Am I right?
Yeah. I might just take vacation until Labor Day's over.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah. That's
Once this DNC's over.
only I'm allowed to do that.
Yeah, you're another one of your sabbaticals. The stalker sabbatical. He's going to come back with 8,000 clips to be master of the cut sheet again. I've been storing clips for 10 days.
That's exactly right.
He will be, too.
Number 3, I will go with the weather because up and down the entire East Coast, this is serious as we're warned of riptides, as we're warned of severe weather, flooding, all kinds of National Weather Service alerts and warnings of flooding. Why? Because the ground is already saturated because of all of the heavy rain that we've had, except at Greg Stocker's house, where Greg
That's
actually
right.
needs it for his lawn that we've
Yes,
talked about.
True. Thank you.
But unfortunately, today we are seeing, and there's the potential right now for all of this flooding and severe weather moving through today, storms, high winds, down trees, all of that. So be safe as we get through today, but that will tee us up for a beautiful tomorrow, fall-like weather moving in, mid-70s. We just have to get through today, but very severe weather and potential flooding, a lot of warnings about that one. So Nick Kayal has talked a lot. We've talked a lot about back-to-school shopping, and we thank Macy's for being our sponsor today because, of course, that's where I turned for my back-to-school shopping. Macy's. Back-to-school shopping, back-to-school Macy's. It's all about fresh starts and new looks. Save on all of the must-haves, like cargos, mini dresses, jeans, much more that'll hold up from the first day of school to the last. Plus, you're going to find all the top quality brands you love. Shop Macy's. Make the first day back the best one yet. Check out Macy's.com/back-to-school. Thank you, Macy's, for sponsoring our Big Three.
All right,
I do love Macy's.
Yeah.
I'm a bronze or gold member.
Oh, are you?
So you get all the bucks, too. Like I had this morning, I was like, you get $20 back, and the coupons are incredible.
There you go. Nice
I'm
work
just
out
saying.
of you. Yeah.
Mhm.
Build up. 855-839-1210. I just wanted to read this updated details from July 13th, which will further illustrate just what a disgrace the communication failures and the execution of securing the perimeter and the interior of July 13th really was. ABC News with this story over the weekend with newly released documents showing security plans ahead of the Trump rally shooting. They say records released on Friday. Always interesting how things come out on a Friday, right? Shed new light, a.k.a. news dump, on the security plan that was developed ahead of the Pennsylvania rally where Donald Trump was shot and, of course, the killer was killed. Quote, "It is going to be a circus there," Butler County Sheriff Michael Sloop wrote in an email on July 5th, just over a week ahead of the July 13th rally. Quote, "Not enough room for the crowd that I believe will attend." The email and several other documents were released in response to requests filed by ABC News under the Pennsylvania Right to Know law. Multiple agencies still refusing to release records associated with the shooting. On July 19th, Sergeant Edward Lenz of the Adams Township Police Department emailed Butler County DA Richard Goldinger to explain that the Butler Township PD and the U.S. Secret Service requested assistance from other local agencies at the rally. Quote, "I have had several discussions with the Secret Service, and as of today, they are requesting assistance from us with providing sniper and overwatch support, counter-assault teams, and a quick reaction force," Lenz wrote. Quote, "Our current plan is to provide 2 sniper elements, 2 mobile counter-assault teams, and a quick reaction force," he added, explaining that the, quote, "counter-assault teams would be dedicated teams that would respond to and address an attack directed at the presidential candidate inside of the venue, whether it be a coordinated attack with multiple assailants or a single attacker." Now, here's where it gets interesting. Lenz also wrote that a quick response force would be dedicated to respond to and address any high-risk incidents occurring outside of the venue, describing the upcoming rally as a manpower-intensive event involving local officers along with local law enforcement from nearby counties as well. A law enforcement walkthrough on the grounds was scheduled to take place 2 days ahead of the event, Lenz noted on July 9th. On the same day that Lenz contacted Goldinger, who is the DA, a member of a group known as the Butler County Sheriff Mounted Posse emailed Sloop offering to help with the rally. Sloop responded, quote, "I will have to double check with Secret Service to see if they are good having you there," which I wouldn't see why not. On July 12th, the mounted posse emailed again to follow up, with Sloop responding, "I'm sorry, I've been out of town at meetings and trainings, and I apologize for not reaching back out." The following day, a single attacker, Thomas Matthew Crooks, ended up firing shots. So I'm out of town. Sorry, I'm at emails. I'm doing meetings. I'll get back to you. Whoops, I didn't get back to you. You could have had more security. You could have had more protection. You could have reduced the risk of Thomas Matthew Crooks firing and taking a part of Donald Trump's ear. So fascinating that we can get basically Freedom of Information Acts at a statewide level in PA quicker than we can get from our federal agencies, our bureaucratic agencies in the swamp. Again, dropping of the ball. And this ticks me off in every line of work, especially in this current field that we are in, because we are in the communication business. And I'm sorry, the Secret Service, a lot of it is communication. Communication failures in 2024, considering we have 32,363 stinking ways to communicate, are unacceptable. All we do in society anymore is communicate with our little devices and our little apps. So communication failures are if I ruled the world, Dawn Stensland, and there was a communication failure, I would fire you, because you're on Facebook, you're on X, you're on Rumble, you're on YouTube. All you do is glue that damn device to your palm. Don't tell me that communication failures are acceptable, because they are not. In 1963, I got you. In 2024, no can do. I'm sorry. I refuse to allow that to be an acceptable letdown. You can't have this, Dawn, especially when these people were willing to help, and the guy almost had his head blown off.
Yeah, and you think about that, and that's why I find it. I am so thankful to the comparator. You reported earlier, Nick Kayal, that the family, the widow, and the daughters of Corey Comparator, who was the only individual who was murdered, an engineer, a beloved volunteer fire chief, known in the community. So his family encouraging the launch of this major investigation into the Secret Service and what went wrong. And I have faith that the family, the Comparator family and community, will not let this go. Mm-hmm. And that's beautiful to me. That A, we pay tribute to him. B, that we find out and get that transparency that they have denied us.
Yes. Morning Mystery Movie Clip is on the other side, and then we debunk a silly narrative going around just because one station in one market decided to do something that triggered all sorts of fear-mongering. Kayal and Company, back after this.
If the summer heat hasn't convinced you to replace your old windows and doors, then maybe my good friends at Guided Door and Window can help by giving you an extra month to do so at their best prices of the year. Take advantage of Guida's big summer sale and receive 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all expertly installed high-performance triple-pane windows. And 40% off any high-quality door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, you can easily buy now and pay later with Guida's low monthly payment plans or interest-free financing up to 18 months. Don't wait until fall like everyone else to replace your windows and doors. You need to go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these huge savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires at the end of August. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster.
With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter. Locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
And now Martha Stewart for Skechers. When I make a dish or embark on a craft project, I always use the finest, most fabulous ingredients and materials. Which is why, when it comes to footwear, I love Skechers. Because Skechers is the comfort technology company and uses the most luxurious, innovative materials and designs to make wondrously comfortable footwear with all the fits and features like Arch Fit and Skechers' world-famous air-cooled memory foam. It's exactly the way I'd make shoes.
Find Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Lace up your sneakers for Independence Blue Cross Senior Stroll the Bases on Wednesday, August 28th, when fans 55 and over get a chance to circle the diamond following the Phillies-Astros game starting at 4:05. Secure your seats at Phillies.com. Catch some Rays when the Phillies host Tampa Bay on Monday, September 9th, Tuesday, September 10th, and Wednesday, September 11th, all at 6:40. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
Bob's Little Sports Shop, Delsey Drive in Glassboro, is your one-stop shop for firearms and firearm safety. Bob's now offers an expanded selection and classroom area, NRA-certified instructors for all your firearm education. Bob's also has your New Jersey carry permit qualifications and an indoor pistol range open daily.
As they wrote our founding documents, our founders prayed each day that God would guide them as they wrote and guide them on their way. They knew that all our liberties were a gift from God above, and that we all must work to keep this land we love. We call this land America, the land of the free. To keep this the greatest land, it's up to you and me. Our freedom is a constant fight. We all must do our part. To stand and fight for all our rights is where we all must start.
Remember Bob's Little Sports Shop for firearms and firearm safety. Call 856-881-7575 or bobslittle.sportshop.com. Paid for by Bob's Little Sports Shop, Glassboro, New Jersey.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet.
Do it today.
Okay.
At 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Mustard. It's Kayal Company, 923, rolling on live on a Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, the number one talk station for Odyssey. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Voicemails, cut sheet part due, and another story, as well as a call or two before we get out of here this morning. But right now, let's give away a prize with our morning mystery movie clip.
Hang on.
Oh, no.
Hang on.
Those stinking faders over there.
No.
Do we not have the clip yet?
No, we do.
Okay.
We do.
Okay.
It's a good one today. It's
Ah.
one of my favorite movies, by the way.
Okay.
But my,
Machine froze?
yeah.
The hamsters have stopped running in the cages?
Hang on.
Yeah, I didn't even see
Talk
this.
amongst yourselves.
Actually, I do have the email here.
There we go.
Yeah, just a little clue for you folks. It came out on this day in 1983.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Got a beer? It's 7 o'clock in the morning.
Scotch?
Not during working hours. Oh, I'm sorry, pal.
No problem. Come on over here, Ron. Let me show you what I'm doing. Taking advantage of some of the time off to add a whole new wing on here. I'm going to rip these walls out and, of course, rewire it.
Yeah, you're gonna make it all 220?
Yeah, 220, 221, whatever it takes.
Well, you sound like a pretty handy guy.
Yeah, well, I like to do a little bit of everything, Ron. I write poetry, I paint, sculpt.
Think you know what it is? Be caller 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
And no, that movie is not reminiscent of Greg and I in our private life, fixing and assembling things at home, because we can't do any of that stuff. But if you know that movie clip, and by the way, Dawn can do everything from that clip, caller 12, 855-839-1210. You'll get a 4-pack of tickets to the Atlantic City In-Water Boat Show at the Golden Nugget Casino and Hotel, September 5th through September 8th, where you can see the new 2025 model introductions from all the major boat manufacturers. Tickets on sale at ACInwaterBoatShow.com. That's caller 12, 855-839-1210. As Hooper said, we might need a bigger boat. Best of luck, and we'll see if we get our winner in just a few moments. Let me grab Bill, is in Montgomery County. He's got some thoughts about the ongoing rift and battle between Greg and Dawn over Republicans.
Battle.
The battle of the cut
good
sheet.
morning.
Hello,
No,
Billy.
no. Yeah, good morning, Greg. How are you?
I'm fine.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you that there are a lot of Republicans. In other words, somebody who's registered Republican that's going to vote for Harris. But this is more rhetorical. Are they really Republicans? Because when you look, and they may say they are, and they may be registered.
Well, was Tulsi Gabbard a Democrat then? I mean, couldn't you make the same argument? Was she really a Democrat? You know what I mean?
Well, no, but I mean, she was running against Trump in the primary, but she's still a Republican and she's still endorsing him. Yeah, you know, so I don't look at her as, you know, like being a turncoat or anything like that. But I think the people, and I know them too. Don't get me wrong. So I'm with you on that one. But you look at what Harris has said in the past. You know, the gun grabs and you go down her economic policies and everything else. You know, and if you say you're a Republican and you're going to vote for somebody who is just the antithesis of what you've stood for.
I agree with you. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. I'm just saying.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just saying that Trump needs. I mean, as we saw from the primaries, he needs at least a sliver of those Republicans or independents, whatever they were, that voted for Nikki Haley. Sure. He needs them, and to think that to just brush them off, I don't think is a smart move.
I think both sides need everything that they can possibly muster up, which is why Kamala's running ads on Fox News, which is why Trump's bringing Tulsi Gabbard into the fold for debate prep. So, I mean, I think you're foolish to leave any demo or any ethnicity, any race. I mean, you got to just pluck and pull whatever you can from anything beyond your base, because I don't think bases are enough for either of these candidates to guarantee victory on November 5th.
My whole point was, just to put a bow on this, is that yes, I know there's this big walk away campaign, or at least there was, with all these Democrats that walked away from the Democrat Party. I'm not discounting that, and I'm not saying that it's not a large portion of them. I don't know how large it is, but to say that there's not Republicans that aren't voting for Trump is just not right. Yeah, it's just not right.
All right, if you want to jump in, 855-839-1210. We've got our winner on the line. Collegeville we go, and say good morning to Jack. Jack, good morning. What movie clip did we play for you?
Good morning, Mr. Mom.
Yeah. Such a great movie.
There you go.
One of my favorites.
Yes.
Such a great movie.
Congratulations, Jack. You're going to the boat show in Atlantic City coming up at the Golden Nugget.
Fantastic.
Yes.
You guys are great, by the way.
Thank you very much, Jack. Thank you, Jack. There's Jack out in Collegeville. I felt like Mr. Mom yesterday. He was shopping, carrying bags, and adding things up. And just
That's wonderful.
Not really. I had to do what I had to do. Well, can we address this?
We should
break
it down first, and then address it on the other side.
Quick address on the other side. Cut sheet part due, and then your voicemails. Kayal and Company, back after this.
Well, we got to talk about our friends from Piazza and Piazza Auto Group. I'm so excited. Soon I'm going to be test driving some vehicles, so I can't wait. But summer, it's still here, even though we're winding down, even though we have some fall-like temperatures headed our way tomorrow in the mid-70s. But summertime and road trip season are still here, and there's no time like the present to get back out on the roads. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles are always going to help you find that luxury vehicle you've been eyeing, you've been looking at it on the road, you know you want it, you've earned it. Now go get it with a little help from my friends at Piazza. They have thousands of new and beautiful certified pre-owned vehicles from brands such as Mercedes-Benz, Land Rover, Jaguar, Maserati, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, and more. Just visit them, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. You can stop by one of their Pennsylvania, Delaware, or New Jersey dealers. I think I'll soon be at some of them in the Westchester area. Can't wait. PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. We all love summer, right? But the beach isn't just for summer. In fact, the beach, and in particular the Cape May beach, is just beautiful in the fall. If you haven't been to Cape May in the fall, you're missing out, and you should book your stay at the Grand Hotel of Cape May for a September to remember. The Grand offers special midweek packages so you can enjoy the beach without breaking the bank. Stay 2 nights and save 10%. Stay 3 nights, get 10% off and $55 a night in resort credits. Stay 5 nights, you're going to get 10% off and $65 a night in resort credits, and they can be used at Hemingway's for food and drink, the gift shop, and so much more. The Grand offers guest rooms, suites, and townhomes equipped with a kitchenette, and they have 2 huge heated pools, 1 outdoor and 1 indoor. I'm telling you, the Grand is my happy place, and you will not be disappointed. Book directly with them for the best rates. Book your stay today at 800-257-8550 or visit them online at grandhotelcapemay.com. And our next live show is Friday, September 6th. So book your stay today, grandhotelcapemay.com.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Summer is here, which means pool days, beach trips, and yeah, you guessed it, traffic jams. Oh yeah, and heat waves. Don't let summer catch you by surprise. Get the local news you need, no matter what you're up to, with the free Odyssey app. And never miss a beat with alerts on breaking stories sent directly to your phone. Listen today on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, over 3 million people called Morgan & Morgan in their time of need. And with over 1 million of those calls coming from previous clients, friends, and family.
My name is Jason Williams. It was a rainy day, and I'd gotten hit from behind by a lady that was doing somewhere over 100 miles an hour is what they were saying. I've never dealt with anything like this before. Everybody that I talked to kept saying the same name, which was Morgan & Morgan. I was on hold for maybe 15 seconds. When they come back and said, Jason, we will absolutely take your case. As a non-tech savvy guy, any question that I had, if I called, text, or emailed, they got right back to me. They made it as easy for me as it could have been.
Thank you for trusting us. We've become the largest injury firm in the world because we've won a lot. The word is out. Size matters. Reputation matters. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. With over 900 dedicated attorneys and climbing, we're ready wherever you are, whatever you need. The choice is easy. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Morgan & Morgan, official partner of the Philadelphia 76ers.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save a buck or two. The bad.
Kevin, there's no hot water.
So you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating. Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems. Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Yo, Roy is Ford. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
Kayal Company, 9:35. We got a lot to do here in the final 17, 18 minutes. We'll find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show. What occurred today in music history, your voicemails, and more of the Cut Sheet Part 2 in just a moment. There's two worlds that we can live in, right? You can live in the world of what social media tells you is reality, or you can actually live in reality. And I know a lot of people have started to panic because they might have written, this is probably in the weeds for those that are super hardcore listeners of talk radio, but there are two news radio stations for Odyssey in New York City in their cluster. There's 1010 WINS, and then there was WCBS 880.
Yep.
It's basically two KYW 1060s, right? Now, New York has two of everything. Right? They have two football teams, two baseball teams, and usually the second one stinks, right? Yeah. The Jets stink, the Mets stink. You can get rid of them, right?
Such a hideous city.
Just keep the Giants and the Yankees.
Yeah.
So, for those that don't pay attention, WFAN, which is the sports station in New York, which is like the WIP of Philadelphia, they dunk on the ESPN station. So the ESPN station sold off their FM dial, and they went back to their old crappy AM dial of 1050 AM that nobody can hear outside of their own bathroom. And basically, they made a trade and a sale, and now this company that owns 1050 AM has purchased Odyssey's old signal of WCBS 880, legendary news radio format.
Technically, they're leasing it.
Okay, leasing it. And it starts, I think, next Monday, the 26th.
Yep.
So everybody's like, oh, my God, what does that mean for talk radio? Well, first of all, it's a different format. It's news radio. And secondly, for those who've been paying attention and sending us tweets over the last few months over a certain name, let me just say this. I mean, there were some things that happened down the hall at KYW. There were some things that just happened at 880 WCBS. To my knowledge, that is two news radio stations, not right-wing conspiracy radio stations. So for everybody that's all panicky, just relax.
Yeah, CNN.
Just relax.
CNN writing articles about it.
And I know you had some thoughts on it, so.
What was the title of that CNN article? Do you have it in front of you?
Yeah, that was once a mainstay of the radio dial. Local news is signing off as stations struggle to survive in the digital age. Greg, how are we doing in the digital age, by the way?
We're doing absolutely phenomenal. This says there's nothing to the story other than a city doesn't need two all news stations. They just don't. I'm sorry. They just don't. So one is fine. So it had nothing. It was nothing more than just, look, we have two news stations, all news stations. We don't need them anymore. There's no conspiracy. There's no, is this the end of talk radio? Is this the end of news radio? No. We're flourishing. We're fine. We're great. Everything is great. Stop with the worrying. Stop with the panicking. Stop with the CNN stupid articles about it's a blight on the industry. Stop. Just stop. Enough.
Can we stop getting our news from Twitter?
Thank you.
Part of, if you think about what's happening in New York City, because they, unlike Philadelphia, where a non-progressive mayoral choice, Sherelle Parker, won her battle saying all city workers need to come back to work, and if there's something with the office that we need to fix, we're going to fix it, but everybody's got to come back to work because we need to get back to business. In New York, they're working virtually. In New York, they also have, and they've put it off, which is really disingenuous, but they've put off, what's that taxing? And I always forget the name of it, where they're going to tax you if you drive into the city. And it's a lot. It's like $15 a day.
Toll tax?
Congestion tax or toll or whatever they call it. But it'll go off like your Easy Pass, and they're going to charge you every day if you drive through Manhattan as early as 5 in the morning.
Yep.
I mean, that's crazy. And so they also have a housing crisis going on in New York City and a rental crisis because they have all of these available rents. Nobody can rent. They're moving here to Philadelphia, by the way, trying to come here.
Yeah.
So part of it is because they are so progressive. They have the crime, they have the immigration, the sanctuary stat, all of that hot mess going on in New York City. And so less people are listening because they're not driving in, they're not in person, and quite frankly, they've moved out of the city.
Yeah.
And they're zooming it into work.
There's absolutely no evidence that less people are listening to radio. Actually, more people are listening to radio.
Well, a case in point, we're getting listeners from WOR that listen to us.
I'm just saying that the any other answer other than New York did not need 2 all news radio stations is just a wrong answer.
But why did they suddenly not need to? I mean,
Because they've been operating like that for a long time, and they didn't need to be.
Okay.
That's it.
I just assumed that it was because they have, I know it's a huge issue in New York that they have, people are not coming back to work, and with the new congestion thing that they've put off until after the November election.
Yeah, I just don't know why one company would need two stations to tell you the Major Deegan is jammed and it's 84 degrees. Cool.
But New York City, I mean, think of the size of that market. Yeah. It's a lot of people.
Oh, I know.
But the other problem is these are union jobs, by the way, that go away.
Well, I don't know. We're the #1 talk station in Odyssey, so I think everything's going to be just fine. So stop texting me about 2 names. God.
What's your name?
Well,
I don't know
Tucker Carlson.
No, I would submit to you more people are listening to stations like ours. Like you had didn't you have a viewer and listener who said they're not listening to the radio stations in New York, but they're listening to us?
Yes.
There you go.
So I would submit to you people crave the authenticity of what we offer more than the traditional.
People crave me.
They do. Master of the clips, Greg Stalker.
As one man once said.
His blonde locks.
My Nick Tony Greg. All right. Let's get to
let's get to your voicemails.
Voicemails today, sponsored by Macy's. Back to school at Macy's is all about fresh starts and new looks. Save on must-haves like cargos, mini dresses, jeans, mini dresses.
Ooh.
Is that a mini skirt? Is that the new name for the mini skirt?
I hope not.
Bring back the mini skirt.
And more that hold up from the first day of school to the last. Plus, you'll find it all at the top quality brands you love. Shop Macy's and make the first day back the best one yet. Check out Macy's.com/back to school today. Macy's.com/back to school.
And make mini skirts great again.
Nick, you're a girl dad. What are you talking about?
I'm a man first and foremost.
Yeah, but oh my God.
By the way, you should have seen you should have seen what she tried to wear to the Pink concert last night. I sent her right back up the steps.
See? Good.
Yeah. Then stop saying make mini dresses because your daughter's going to be that age soon.
Yeah.
They're not listening to this show anyway.
Just wait for it.
All right, here we go.
Pretend Ozzy checking in.
Hi.
Everyone remember, Greg is the clip commander of the clip. Take care.
Thank you.
Sometimes he empties a clip on the radio.
Thank you.
RNC commercial number 2. Interviewer asking Kamala Harris 3 questions. How do you plan on stopping the flow of fentanyl across the border? You hear crickets in the background. How do you feel and what are your plans to stop illegal immigration? Crickets in the background getting louder.
Yep.
Ms. Vice President, what are your plans to lower inflation and boost the economy? Crickets in a crescendo. Thank you, Ms. Vice President. End.
Well, she would have to do interviews first, wouldn't she, to do that?
Yeah.
And thank you, Mr. Long Delivery.
No, but I mean, Greg brings up the rest. When is she? She said at the end of the month, right?
Yeah.
You're going to do an interview.
Forget the economy.
Yeah.
Forget your vision. If whatever interview she does with whatever network, with whatever host, if the first question isn't about the border, that man or woman should be fired.
Yeah.
Absolutely fired.
Yeah.
There's no bigger political vulnerability for Kamala Harris than the border. If that is not the first question, even over the economy, it is a fireable offense.
By the way, there was a Trump ad with the border and everything, and like cities being burned down, and her laughing. Right? We played that, didn't we?
Yeah, we played that.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, all right.
Pretend, Ozzy. Part duh. Sean Farage. Get him a transcript. Have him redo the entire interview with him playing the part of Trump.
And
then re-release it. No one will
Musk
ever know.
released
And they'll
it.
say, how did you get such pristine and beautiful tape? Thank you. Check it out.
Did they? So
Elon
we have
did
an
release
update?
it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that technology does exist where
Mm-hmm.
you can redub it or whatever the terminology is.
Redub it. Listen to you, 1990s Nick Kayal.
It's been a while since I used Adobe Audition.
We put two tape cassettes next to one another, and
I'm just glad we started working in the bleep here.
yeah.
No, I think that they actually recorded Trump. They recorded each individual in that studio in live time, so then they just put it together.
Well, we knew the whole thing was bunk the next day because it was a compression issue.
No, you knew it. I
Thank you.
didn't.
Thank you very much. I know everything.
Hello, fellow Common Sense listeners. This is your reminder to make a plan to vote early by mail or in person. Early in-person voting in Pennsylvania begins in September and closes October 29th. There will be long lines on Election Day. The kids may get sick, your car might break down.
What the hell you say?
Don't wait until November.
Yeah.
Pass this along to 10 friends. Visit vote.pa to find an early vote center near you.
I think she's also the lady
Thank
that left me
you.
a voicemail yesterday saying I'm due for my dental cleaning.
She has a beautiful voice.
Yes.
And I thought it was Linda at first.
That was my thought too with the website plug, but that was definitely not her voice.
ProtectTheVote.com is
Yeah.
Linda.
Yes.
Tax dollars paid for all of that pavement. Use it.
What?
What?
One more time?
Hang on.
Let's run that back.
Tax dollars paid for all of that pavement. Use it.
Tax dollars paid for all of that.
Because remember that was Barack Obama.
Oh yeah.
Who said, "Who built those roads?"
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
You couldn't have gotten to where you are in life
Without Obama.
without Obama and the government
Right,
paying for your roads.
Hi, I'm from the government and we're here to help.
Good morning, crew. I have an inside tip of what's going to happen at Mar-a-Lago. Oh no, Bedminster today.
Uh-oh.
He's going to make a big.
Well, this is that big announcement that let's see how accurate this gentleman is. Okay. This was that press conference that he held at Mar-a-Lago, right?
Friday, correct?
Yeah.
Shake-up. He's going to announce that Sam Britton and Rachel Levine will be joining his administration as leaders in the top echelon. And if you can't beat them, join them is his new motto. And nah, just kidding. I hope he announces that Elise Stefanik is the new vice president. Bye.
Well, you got a female, but it wasn't for vice president, and it wasn't Elise. It was Tulsi Gabbard as a prep coach for the debates. So yeah, So we got Big Dick Levine and the kleptomaniac.
Oh boy.
Yeah,
Oh boy.
yeah. Richard Levine and the man that likes to steal Michael Kors bags while he paints his bald head.
All right, that's what I got for you guys.
That's all I got too.
By the way, just so you know, if you've called in, I think we may have accidentally deleted a few voice messages. So if you called in, we haven't played yours in a couple days. Please leave them again.
And how do people do this again?
If you're listening right now on the Odyssey app, which a lot of you are, there's a little microphone button there on the 1210 WPHT home screen there. And just hit that and leave us a voice message. We will play it every day between 9:40 and 9:45.
There you go. All right, 11 minutes out from the Dawn Show. We find out what she has lined up for the top of the hour.
Yeah, so we have a lot breaking, a lot developing. J.D. Vance is going to be calling in to the Dom Show at noon. So we want to make sure that you know that right at noon, the Dom Show. So we'll probably get out a little early so we make sure that they have that great interview coming up. As far as us, there's so much happening, and let's talk about what the House has uncovered about Joe Biden on the very day that he's honored at the DNC. What's going on? We didn't even have time to talk about this. The new report and the new investigation on alleged corruption by Joe Biden and his son, Hunter Biden. So there's a lot of news breaking with that one. But yes, we'll talk about the DNC. We'll talk about what's going on in Philadelphia and the Jersey Shore. There's a lot of news down the Jersey Shore and a major new health report that I want to get to. And that is some startling symptoms that lead to dementia as well as Alzheimer's. It's a very important, critical report. So we'll get to all of that and more coming up on the Dawn Show.
So a lot of things that swirl around Joe Biden.
That story that you're going to get to, I'm not going to give it away. My wife and I just discussed it for like 45 minutes over the weekend.
I apologize for not doing it in the news. I should have.
No,
There's
it's
just
good.
so much
it's
going
good.
on.
Tune into Dawn for it.
There you go. All right, let's find out what occurred today in music history.
Today, Monday, August 19th, we celebrate the birthdays of Joey Tempest from Europe, who's now 61, Ian Gillan from Deep Purple, who's now 79, and John Deacon from Queen, who's now 73. Heavenly birthday shout-outs to Ginger Baker of Cream. We also lost Larry Taylor from Canned Heat in 2019. Singles include Oh Pretty Woman by Roy Orbison in 64. You Can't Stop Rock and Roll by Twisted Sister in 83. And Suddenly Last Summer by the Motels in the same year. Albums include The Last Stand by Sabaton in 2016, The Dance by Fleetwood Mac in 97, and Saints Will Conquer by Armored Saint in 88. Also in 2005, a life-size statue of Phil Lynott was unveiled in Dublin. In 67, the Beatles were atop the singles chart with All You Need Is Love. In 88, Elvis Presley's song Hound Dog is named the most played song in the first 100 years of the jukebox. And in 69, Crosby, Stills, and Nash appeared on The Dick Cavett Show, giving a first-hand account of Woodstock. But lastly, on this day in 64, the Beatles began their very first U.S. tour at the Cow Palace in San Francisco, a city I'm looking forward to visiting once again in 3 weeks for Monday Night Football, Jets at Niners.
Oh,
For
God.
Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Lomquist.
Nice work out of Philip, which, by the way, if you're still watching on YouTube, Phil actually attended the Phillies game that I left after our team got beat 12-0 on Thursday.
Love your hat.
It was Phillies bucket hat night.
Oh, boy, look at
So
that
Phil
bucket
gave me a hat, and it's
Look at
funny
that.
because it's bigger than a normal hat.
Look at that bucket.
Check it out.
Look
Big
at
hat.
that dome.
Yeah, it's funny.
I love
That
it.
dome.
Big hat. There you go.
Who won Twitter?
Newman Price wins Twitter. He says, I'm going to be rich. I just purchased PhillyBoardUpServices.com because of the boarding up.
Oh, if you want to be rich, just go to Chicago because he's out there.
Yeah, by the way, Rich Zeoli will be broadcasting live today from 3 to 7 from the DNC and all week.
Yes.
So make sure you stay tuned to us all day.
There you go. All right, everybody, have a great rest of your Monday. Enjoy the big guy tonight at the DNC. Enjoy Dawn coming up next. We're back tomorrow morning at 6. I'm going to go soak in the rays with my new bucket hat, and as John Fetterman would say.
Good night, everybody.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free